It says it's showtime. It told me to go live, and we are live. Let me make sure my sound is right. I messed up a little bit starting this a little too gung ho. So let me start this over. And you guys better stay tuned. We're going to have a nice and enlightening discussion today, right? It's going to be thought provoking. And we're going to nail down some things, right? T Vince approved that shit, X. Hey, if you can hear me good, hit that number one. But I do want to play a little music and get for about 5 minutes. And I got to set a few things up. So bear with me for a minute. And I had to restart this. Let me reshare again, play a little music. And we're going to get down and have a great discussion in about 10 minutes. Thank you, armchair philosopher. Thank you. We're going to get down and have a great discussion in about 10 minutes, right, man? I'm going to give you some reality, right? And we're going to talk about Molefi Asante, the father of the Afrocentric movement, per se. We're going to talk about Henry Louis Gates and why Afrocentrics are mad at him. What's happening? Peace, Larry Flem. And how it all changed and how we got to this point that we are considered the conscious community, for lack of a better word, which I consider a cult. And we're going to go to the beginnings of that. Let me share my screen, and we're going to get down in about 10 minutes. Share my system audio. For my love, for my love, for my love, for my love. All I'm asking, baby, is to show some kind of sign. Whisper in my ear now, let me know that you'll be mine. I've been watching you now, watching you watch me all night. When you move across the floor, got me going out my mind. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For my love. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For my love. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For my love. For my love. Party's almost over, and the night is winding down. Devil on your shoulder, take a ride with me uptown. Got to be prepared now. You better take it serious. If you make that magic move, baby, there's no turning back for us. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For my love. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For my love. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For my love. Are you ready for me? Are you ready for me? For
you wanna do now? Come on, you gotta let me know. 'Cause I'm as ready as our love will be. You gotta tell me so. Don't wanna push it way too fast now. 'Cause baby, we can take it slow. But if you're ready, we can do it now. Just say the word, let's go. might be the right time to take this party to the next spot. Shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got. Thinking that it might be the right time. Take this party to the next spot. Alright, okay, I never felt this way. Okay, alright, let's get it on tonight. Alright, okay, I never felt this way. Okay, alright, let's get it on tonight. Shining like a light
In the nighttime.
shining like a light. Shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got. Shining like a light in the nighttime. Loving everything that you got. Thinking that it might be the right time to take this party to the next spot.
All right, all right, all right. What you say? Jay Fly said that song is banging. Right? That shit be banging, man. I fell in love with that song. I heard it, right? But who it is it's this group. It's this guy. It's a white boy, right? Who makes kind of 90s like music and funk type music and kind of blends it all together. So it has a 90s and a funk kind of sound, and that's my shit, right? So that was by, let me just get the name of that. His group, he started a group. Hold on, let me just do this before I get into my lecture. Tuxedo, he started this group called Tuxedo, right? So I downloaded Tuxedo's Funk Grooves, right? And that one's called The Right Time, right? But he got a bunch of them. He got songs, he made mixed with Zap music, and I mean, but the guy's name is, I'm gonna tell you, some people may know his name. Let me just get his name straight. Oh shit. You can venture off and find his name, but he makes amazing music. It's all an old school sound, straight fire. Tony said, "You listen to Anderson Park? Yeah, I like TB and I love Anderson Park. Man, Anderson Park in that collaboration with Anderson Park and I can't think of his name, but that album, that collaboration is the greatest collaboration in music history to me, right? So if you want to hear them songs, download. Let me just get it right. Um, he started a group called Tuxedo, and that song is called "The Right Time," right? And I be banging that shit. I got a whole playlist, and he got a other playlist with his real name because he just does music. Um, but let me come on back. So, um, bring back that '90s West Coast. Yeah. See, I ain't never fell off. Y'all gave hip hop away. The Black American community gave hip hop away and gave it to Europe and they gave it to Asia. In Asia, and I damn near every other day I'm watching them. They into pop locking and breaking big time. They've advanced the art and they get down. I mean, they have whole conferences where they will put battle crews in an arena and the whole fucking arena is filled up. They hip hopping like a motherfucker. Y'all gave hip hop away. Now the youth today they can't do, they ain't doing no popping, no breaking. They doing dancing and shit, crump dancing, different things, but there was nothing like hip hop. Break dancing, popping, spray can graffiti, scratching and cutting. You know what I mean? I am hip hop. People get on me because I get on rappers in the rap industry, but I am hip hop. Let's be clear. I'm that original hip hop. I ain't gave it away. I ain't sold out. All right, all right. So we're talking about Afrocentrism and Pan Africanism, and I'm saying it's dead, and I'm saying it is and it was a cult. That's my stance, right? And we're gonna talk about um um Bruno Mars. Thank you, T Ben. Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak collaboration was straight fire. I mean, like every song on that album, you can just play every song, and every song is banging. You don't have to skip shit. Right? Okay. So we're gonna talk about Henry Louis Skip Gates Jr., Professor Gates. We're gonna talk about Molefi Akita Asante, who coined the Afrocentrism term, and I don't claim. Some people say he's the father of Afrocentrism. I don't. I take it back to Diop. Like he's like an unwritten godfather of Afrocentrism. I take it back to Diop, to Dr. Ben, to John Henry Clark, and then later, Molefi Asante came around and cleaned it all up and just kind of coined the term Afrocentrism in the early '80s, I believe it was. So that's what we're talking about today, right? And let me just give this soliloquy before we begin, and I'm gonna show my sources, and we're gonna have a nice time and a very enlightening discussion. What up, Fitz? What's happening, J. May, Dr. Banoob, Alexandra Mendoza, T. Ben, Tony, Savin, right? Would you say that's crazy because you thought that music was '70s or '80s? Yeah, it's new, it's modern. And he just goes back and represents those styles. OG Donnie is in the house. Donnie Williams, right? Larry J. Fly. Any cat with the name Fly in their name knows some fly music. You know what I mean? Maxell Marco, he's the one who asked what's the name of that song, right? Merchant Traveler, my man Merchant and Traveler is in this house, right? Armchair Philosopher, one of the most smartest followers of mine. Armchair Philosopher, I ain't never seen him wrong on a comment ever, right? Would you say, Armchair Philosopher, you saw Judah Naz and JJ 7000 banging on Garfield this morning for being a scammer and playing one of your videos. They act like they haven't heard the allegations before, but I don't believe them. Yeah, they heard it. They just revamping shit. So a lot of them like to play my video of me calling out Garfield because I have receipts. But people don't care if Garfield's a scammer. As long as they can be on his platform, they don't give a shit. Right? Gullah Geechee, what's cracking? Y'all stay tuned because when I finish this discussion, I want to allow some people on the panel to come on this panel and have this discussion with me or even challenge me on this discussion. So let me be clear and make my claims clear what this is about. And I'm going to play bits and pieces of things. I'm making the claim that Afrocentrism. No, no, no. Let me just say it this way. Pan Africanism is dead. Afrocentrism is alive and well. It's a spinoff of Pan Africanism. Afrocentrism, being African centered, are misnomers. They're play words. You know how you play house growing up with your brothers and sisters? That's what the Afrocentrism and Afrocentered terms doing. You playing house. It sounds good. You just playing. You putting on. Right? Stop putting on. Right? Let me tell you what I mean before I get into the in depth discussion. In reality, Afrocentrism, African centered, is misnomers for African Americans or AKA Black Americans. Why you say that, Chief X? Because it's impossible to be a Black American and be Afrocentric. It's impossible to be a Black American and act like you're teaching Afrocentrism. Would you say, Jamie, would I debate Brandon, aka Pan African Strikes Back? Well, you got to see what I'm talking about first. But I asked him, I would like to come on his channel because a lot of shit he talk about I agree with. Although he's out of touch because Pan Africanism is his name, he represents that. But he really, a lot of his ideology is anti Pan Africanism. I have to break that down, but I don't want to waste time on Brandon. But I like the cat. He's from Long Beach. He's from LA, right? So what I mean by their misnomers or it's impossible because when you break down the word Afrocentrism or he's African centered, or we hear people say, got to get an African centered education. Impossible. First of all, where we are centered is in Black Americanisms. We are that I don't know that word just made me think of this book, Africanisms in American Culture. I also have the first edition and the second edition, Africanisms in American Culture. Now, mind you, I'm gonna be honest. Most cats are front. I have not read either one of these two books yet, because every time I buy a book, I put that book before these books. But I want to get into them. But I see a lot of people have these books. They only have these books because I influenced them to get these books because I got them first. But people seem to enjoy this book, but I haven't read it yet. Now, it's impossible as a Black American to be African centered. You're only centered here in America. So your worldview is a worldview from the perspective of a Black American. So me and you and everyone listening to me can only technically have a centered point of view from America. My worldview is from where I sit right here in Los Angeles, California, which is part of the United States of America. My worldview is an American worldview from the place I'm centered, raised and born. I'm a native to California. I have a Californian worldview. I have an American worldview. I don't know about any other cultural worldview because I'm not part of any other culture. The only culture I'm from is the Black American culture. The only viewpoint I can have is from the viewpoint of a Black American. It is a viewpoint that Professor Skip Gates has been telling you guys that you have and that you only have forever. Molefi Asante tried to flip this and tell you you can have an African-centered worldview even though you've never even visited Africa. You've never even lived there. You can't have a point of view, worldview from African lenses if you're not that. This is common sense science. TP said, fuck that. I got a Milky Way galaxy worldview. You understand what I'm saying? So, people didn't like when I was making these claims, but when they really think about it, you have to say, you know what, that's true. A Samoan on the island of Samoa cannot have a black American worldview, or a American worldview, or a European worldview. He has a worldview from the point where he's centered at, and that's a Samoan worldview. The way you see things is from the viewpoint of your culture on the island of Samoa. Now, nobody's going to shame a Samoan and say, you got a European worldview. Why do people do that in the conscious community? As if someone who had a European worldview is wrong, or it's a bad thing to have a European worldview, even though you don't, but let's just, just talk in terms of hypothesis, right? People will shame you and say you have a European worldview. As in, they're trying to allude to the fact that you're maybe a coon or a sellout, but it's all silly talk. What if I had a worldview of being scientifically literate at a time where other countries were not scientifically literate? What is wrong with that worldview? When the Portuguese advanced shipbuilding technology to be able to build ships to cross large body oceans, what is wrong with having a worldview that Portuguese advancing shipbuilding technology is a great fucking thing? I didn't say slavery was great. I said advancing shipbuilding technology is a great thing. So if I'm saying, hey, I'm just throwing stuff, I'm just throwing food for thought out there. Right? Any people's worldview is great and good. There's nothing wrong with having a European worldview. There's nothing wrong with having a Samoan worldview. There's nothing with having a Brazilian worldview. There's nothing with having a African centered worldview. If you're in Africa, that's the only way you can have that worldview. There's nothing wrong with having an Australian worldview. These terms and words we use and confuse and try to use to shame are all misnomers and mind games. So when a black American tries to shame another black American, they say you got a Eurocentric worldview. And you get what I'm saying? Are there other worldviews besides an Afrocentric worldview and a Eurocentric worldview? Goddamn. There are other people in the world besides black people and white people. Black Americans have this problem with this dichotomy between black and white. And they argue and talk as if there are only white people and black people on the planet, as if there's no Arabs, there's no Australians, there's no Japanese, there's no Brazilians, there's no people in the Western Hemisphere, and I mean all these different islands, Tongan Islands, and we talk in the conscious community as if the world is only black and white people. Fits. Now that I think about it, Fitz, this comment just made. Like, I can have a black European, black British worldview in a sense. Fitz lives in Europe. I think he lives in Britain. If I'm correct. I'm not positive. I think Fitz lives in Britain. So does he have a European worldview as a black British man? See, these terms get confusing. But Fitz vibes and dialogues with black Americans online when we have history discussions. He said, yeah. So can Fitz, who lives in Britain, raised in Britain, have the same worldview as me, if I'm born in Compton, we have different worldviews from our different perspectives. Fitz may not have never been engulfed in what happens in the city of Compton. Watts in Inglewood. Yeah, let's just go ahead and talk about it. Hold on. Let's just go ahead and talk about it. Today, I live in Los Angeles. I represent being a of West African descent, but I am an African American of West African descent. You like that? That shit fly. I live in Los Angeles. I always represent LA. In the Lakers colors, that's a purple and gold. You don't see that LA with that purple and gold on it, right? But I also represent Compton, the CPT, Hub City. I also represent Inglewood. I bought my first house in Compton. I also lived in Inglewood. I live in LA. Now, I represent these three cities as well as Carson, Cerritos, where I went to high school, and it's all in California. I wear many hats. What you had? This is coming to this freestyle. What? I wear many hats. What you say, TV? Yeah, yeah. So I didn't even plan this. It's just freestyle, right? But I wear many hats and represent many things. Fitz, who lives in Britain, can't represent, or he may not be familiar with the culture in Compton, Inglewood, LA, Watts, Carson, of gang banging, Crips and Bloods and shit. That shit originated here, where I'm from. Fritz may not be able to identify with aspects of that, being from another place. So when I say Afrocentrism and African centered are misnomers and words that are just ridiculous, that's what I mean. A person from Kenya is Kenyan centered. They have a Kenyan centered worldview. They can't have an American worldview if they don't live in America. They wasn't born here, never been here. These are cute phrases. African centered education. Nope. You have an American centered education through and through to the core. You just like to study African history, which anyone can do. Now, what black Americans need to understand, and this is why they get mad at every movie that come out. This is what you got to understand. I just want to write this down so I don't forget. You know why African Americans are pissed off with every movie regarding slavery that comes out? They have a problem. They have a problem with the movie Woman King. They had a problem with the movie Black Panther when it came out, talking about a fictitious African culture. They had problems. They was arguing all online, arguing. White people don't do that shit. Anything, I'm gonna tell you why they had problems. Bear with me. Nat Turner movie, when that came out, they had a problem with that. It's never been a black movie talking about African history or history during slavery that black Americans didn't have a fucking problem with and didn't argue for months after it. Because they don't understand one fucking thing. Black Americans, our history started, and this may sound harsh, but it's the fucking fact and reality and things you confuse. Black Americans' history started with slavery. What you say, Chief X? I said this. People, I said this on Facebook and had an argument all goddamn day long. Now people agree with it all of a sudden. Black Americans, our history, African Americans' history, starts with slavery and no other point. When I say black American, when I say African American, I'm talking about me and you here in America. If I say African history, I'm talking about continental Africans' history, which it is a continent. So we're better off saying Kenyan history if we want to talk about Kenyan, because Kenyan had a different history than Ghana. See how shit get all confusing? South Africa has a different history than Nigeria. So I can't ever say African history, really, and be specific. That's just like we don't say Asian history. Asia is a huge continent. And people in Iran have a different history than people in China. So we have to say Iranian history, we have to say Chinese history. These are countries. But black Americans and African Americans' history as black Americans and African Americans start with slavery and the slave trade in America. That's it. Other than that, you're talking about continental Africans' history or the different countries in Africa's history, which is not our history. Skip Gates was about African Americans' history, black Americans' history. Molefi Asante tried to blend black American history with the continent of Africans' history. That's where he fucked up. That's where he confused everything, and we're going to get into why. So, the reason why we getting mad about all these movies, just say we have a history in America. Let's just start it from 1700. From 1700 up to today, which is 2022. We just got free 130 damn years ago, damn near. The majority of our history as black Americans in America was in slavery. It is what it is. I'm not making this up. So, if they put a movie out and we watch it, the Nat Turner movie, some of the movies cover our history in America. That's partly the Nat Turner story. So it doesn't matter. Black people have a problem with it because it displays their history, and then their minds will go to into how the accuracy of the history, and we get to nitpicking. Wakanda, was it a Wakanda? It's fake history. Wakanda is a fake nation out of there, and we get to arguing about because of our history in America is attached to slavery and the slave trade, and we confuse black history with African history. So when we have movies made about us, like a white people have a movie, they may have a movie and maybe an old western. It may be a movie about Abraham Lincoln and what went down. So these are just American history and movies in America, but just so happened some of the movies going back in time are just simply going to have to portray you in the situation in which you actually was. and that was in slavery. So this is why black Americans have problems with movies like Nat Turner, and we say things like, I'm not watching no more slave movies and shit. We have a problem with our history and don't want to represent it and really don't want to talk about it. And this is why we went to other avenues of claiming to be Egyptians and claiming to be the Native Americans and claiming to be Moors and claiming to be the ancient Chinese, and we traveled the goddamn world and ruled the world. We everything except a sub-Saharan African who was simply just in tropical Africa, not in North Africa, not in Egypt, just in sub-Saharan Africa, living as an underdeveloped people over the years. So, since we don't want to embrace the history of just being sub Saharan African, living as underdeveloped people in sub Saharan Africa, we want to attach to something we think is sexy. Ancient Egyptian is sexy. Let's steal that history. So, Molefi Asante and the Afrocentrics begin to steal that history. Wait a minute before I go to that. Because I said Pan Africanism is dead. Let me just make a quick statement on this. I did a whole video on it 2 years ago. Pan Africanism died with Kwame Nkrumah. There's no such thing right now in 2022. It's psychological because we throw around the phrase so goddamn much. But there is no Pan Africanism. The Congo is not and never has been trying to vibe and connect and politic with Jamaica. Nambia don't give a fuck about what Nigeria is doing. Botswana don't give a fuck what Ethiopia doing and vice versa. Ethiopia don't give a shit about what Botswana doing. These are separate countries in sub-Saharan Africa who are all have a different government and don't give a fuck about each other and are not trying to get together and vibe with each other. When? Tell me this. I've been in the community since 1992. There has never ever been a Pan African meeting since I've been in the community in 1992 where we as black Americans are getting together with other people or just black Americans to discuss some Pan Africanism and some politics. And there's never been a Pan African meeting since I've been in the movement. And there's not one now. There's not one scheduled. It died with Nkrumah in the late 60s. It's feel good talk right now. That's it. Nobody is trying to get together with all the diaspora Africans and the continental Africans. In fact, we're beefing and it's a further divide going on. Pan Africanism been dead. It's been dead. No one is organizing no Pan African meeting, and there will be none. Because you guys aren't trying to go to Africa. You're not trying to live there. You're not trying to visit there. You don't give a fuck in reality. You just talk from a standpoint of being here and romanticize it. I know because what? Let me share my screen real quick. Before I get into the Skip Gates and Molefi Asante talk, just bear with me. I'm just breaking some things down and I'm leading up to something. Let me share my screen. If you can see, this is me in Ghana at the museum. This is the W.E. Du Bois Museum in Ghana. You see, it said W.E. Du Bois Memorial Center for Pan African Culture, Ghana. I was there. Now, also, when I was in Ghana and went on a tour with Bohembi on Bohembi's tours. Hold on. We're going to get to it. Right here. This is me sitting at repatriation conference in Ghana when I went for my 50th birthday. I went on a tour where I figured let me go on a educational tour, a repatriation tour, and an investment tour all in one. You see who's there and how empty it is? Black Americans didn't give a fuck. They've never went on a tour with Bomani Tahimbe, who goes to these tours back and forth to Ghana and Central Africa also, 4 or 5 times a year. I went. I sat in on this little conference that we had put together. I met people who I can do business with in Moringa, who can ship me Moringa from there. So I was doing some international business. Even though it didn't work out that way, I did international business with Senegal. And everyone knows I was getting my powdered Moringa from Senegal. I was doing what everyone said do before I remodeled this conscious community. And I said, I want to do international business. I want to start my own business. I want to go to Africa. I just want to do all the things that they said do, and I did that. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody supported buying Moringa from me in America. They would go online and get it from white folk, and everybody had Moringa. Me and another black person were like three. It was about three black-owned Moringa companies that I can really see, and we had discussions. We were like, black folk don't even support us. I used to tell people, you're supporting a family in Senegal who grows the Moringa, and you're also supporting my family and my son who's in college, and I support him. People didn't give a shit. One day I seen Sanjetti from Amin Ra Squad on a live stream holding up some Moringa that he got online from white folk. And he knew I sold Moringa. I said, oh, this shit is a farce. Oh, these cats is full of shit. They will never support you. They don't give a fuck about international business. They don't give a fuck about supporting black business. As a businessman, I know this. I'm not just saying this. I wouldn't say that. If black folk in America was supporting black businesses, I would say that. I'd have 3 different businesses. I would know. I've been self-employed for 16 years now. I would know. Okay, so this is me in Ghana at a repatriation meeting. Do you think any black Americans asked me any questions about the meeting? Any of these so-called conscious folk? No, they was hating on me that I even went to Ghana. They didn't care about this conference. They didn't care about none of this shit. Right? Here go me with my tour group in Ghana. I was the life of the party. Behind is the Nkrumah Center, right? Like when I say, be careful, thinking that you're going to repatriate. I started educating people on repatriating and if it's a good idea or not. And I was trying to sincerely help people and help people think. And I would say things like what I'm about to say. You guys hear me say it all the time. You better not take your ass to Ghana or Nigeria if you don't have a set plan or an unfailable plan. Because if you lose your job or if your business fails in Ghana, you will not be getting no food stamps or no welfare. Since you guys want to bad talk America, we have fallback benefits for you in America, right? Okay, so someone they said my mic is off. Okay, okay. Someone said it's off again. Now I just hit the button. It should be on again. So if you can hear me, and I'm trying to figure out when people began to not hear me. But if you can hear me, hit number seven. Seven. If you can hear me, hit the number seven, and then I will begin. I'm waiting to see a number seven before I begin. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Okay, I don't know what happened, but let me do this. Maybe I hit a button, but it's on now. I'm not sure of what point people stopped hearing me, but let me look back at the time. People says sound check at 2:25, It's 2:29 now. 2:25. 2:25. Okay. What's up, Merchant Chapter? This would be a good stream for you to be on too. Um, so 2:25 again. People beginning to stop hearing me. Damn. Okay. So we didn't miss much then, right? So let me try to share my screen. And when I share my screen again, if I go out, listen to what I'm telling you. I need you guys to follow these directions for me. When I begin to share my screen again, if I go out, hit the number two. So if I see number twos, that means I know people aren't hearing me. So I hope this doesn't happen when I share my screen. But if I go out, hit the number twos, that means I know you can't hear me. Okay, so I'm gonna continue my discussion and share my screen again. Peace, faith, digital God gold said I'm good. Okay, okay. So I don't know where I left off, but let me just review some shit. Um, while I'm here. Okay. So I was talking about when I was in Ghana, right? I was in Ghana at this repatriation meeting. I think you guys heard that part. Okay. Um, this is me in Ghana at an orphanage, right? And when I was at this orphanage, I broke down crying. I was directed to the bathroom. And I hope you guys can hear me. If you guys can still hear me good, hit 7 or 8. Hit number 8 again if you can still hear me good. But I'm going to continue. I just want to know if I'm heard good. Okay. So I'm at this orphanage and I broke down crying. Somebody said the bathroom is that way. So I went to the bathroom and there was no plumbing. Thank you, B Money. There was no plumbing. And I couldn't use the bathroom because the smell was so bad. It was one of the most horrible stenches I've ever smelt. Excuse me, smelled. I said, these kids is just living here in this orphanage. There's no plumbing. It's not like they can piss and shit and flush their shit. So it was piss everywhere and the smell of feces and urine. I asked the people, do they get funding from the government? And they said no. They live off of philanthropy. People like me and others who come visit and donate, or some wealthy person may donate from wherever they're at in the world. I said, well, why isn't the government helping out these orphanages? Because in America, kids in group homes get everything they want. I used to work at group homes. So I know this dichotomy I'm speaking at. I was a youth counselor for a decade. So to me, I said the government's taking money up off the top and it's not reaching these kids. So people like me, and I donated, I said, here, I dropped $150 before I left just to donate to these kids because they touched my heart. And they were some sweet, good kids. So when you niggas is running around here to Egypt, to the Arab immigrant, excuse me, what do they call it? Egypt? The Arab Emirate country, Egypt. So when you niggas is running back and forth to Egypt and not going to West Africa, it touches my heart and makes me want to say something. So these is reasonings behind me debunking Black Egypt. I debunked Black Egypt after my trip, Emirates, after my trip to Ghana. And I felt the ancestors touch my spirit. So it's a deeper reason that I'm come at Afrocentrics than what you guys just think. Oh, Chief X is clout chasing. He's looking for... Nope. You guys need to know this reality. And my intentions is righteous. I have to tear down and remodel this shit, like I said 2 years ago, because you niggas' minds is in la la land. You giving money to all these Egyptians and Berbers and people, and these North Africans and shit, and paying money to stay in their hotels, and the locals, when you spend money and you eat, and you're enriching the locals, while all these kids here in Ghana at this orphanage are doing bad, while you running your ass around here to North Africa talking about you a Pan-African. You's a motherfucking lie. If you was Pan-African, you would have took your ass to Ghana where Kwame Nkrumah was trying to tell you about shit, and where they gained them freedom, and when they was trying to get on top of things after the British people left Ghana and it became an independent nation. You would have took your ass there. But nope. You niggas took your ass to fantasy land and trying to be Egyptians, because why? Molefi Asante and the Afrocentrics led you that way. They lied to you and deceived you and had you on some fuck shit. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to all that. I don't even know if I've shared these pictures when I was in Ghana with y'all. This was a kid repairing cell phones. Nobody know how this kid learned that. Just the ingenuity. And he just learned to do that. He would repair everyone's cell phone. And they all had these old ancient ass cell phones, but this kid knew how to repair them. The glass on them, all this motherfucker's a genius. Ain't never went to school for this shit. Man, it's geniuses all over there. That's look at my fat ass standing on one of them damn trees. Look, this was at a restaurant in Ghana. You see, he got the Moor hat on a tassel, but that's not a Moor hat. That's why I had to make the videos explaining to people Sarah Sutin said he was wrong. This is what they call an Askari. Askari was the police. Just like the Magi, the Nubian archers were the police. The Magi were the police for colonial forces in Egypt. The Caucasian Egyptians, they had a colonial force fighting and protecting them called the Magi, and they were the police. But in later times, the Askari were the police fighting for colonial forces in Central Africa. These were the Askari. And they just so happened to have this statue when I was in Ghana of an Askari in his military uniform. And they fought for so Sarah Sutin Seti was wrong. The black Moors in America, the Moorish Science Temple of America, are copying the hat the Askari, the police wore. The Moorish Science Temple of America with that red fez in the tassel hanging is a uniform of the police. And they have no clue that they're wearing a policeman hat. You see blacks in Africa with this hat, they are the police. Just look up who the Askari is. Askari. The conscious community had no fucking clue until Chief X had to tell them. Niggas was confused and thought they was Moors until Chief X had to tell them, nope, you guys are Moors. Moors are Berbers and Arabs. Chief X did that shit. And I can prove it. Everyone was confused until Chief X corrected them. And I'm on another correction mission right now about this Egypt shit. So, off this, and my point was, Molefi Asante and the Afrocentrics changed that. And had you wanted to embrace people who weren't you and began to steal other cultures. And they spawned people like Professor Walter Williams, who's telling you to steal Egypt. And these cats know Egypt has nothing to do with you, but they lie for financial gain. Prove your shit, Chief X. So I had to make videos like this. Let me show you. Oh, I forgot to show you. Even Bomani in Ghana, here's when I was talking about all that repatriation, here's a community that they've built their first house. Let's just play this real quick.
All right, family, this is plot number 21, and this was the first home built by good brother and sister Leonard and Carmen.
I paused it. He said, by good brother and sister Leonard and Carmen. I went on this tour to Ghana with Lennon and Carmen. There were two people on the tour with me. They came back last year and bought land in Ghana and built a goddamn house on it. Did any black so-called Pan-African who's talking about repatriation, let's go to Africa, back to Africa type shit, question me about this shit? They didn't give a shit. They were mad and hating that I was in Africa. Look.
And they literally came with me to Ghana in December of 2019.
December 2019 is when I was in Ghana for my birthday. Here goes Leonard right here. We rode the bus together.
And then they moved here. Greetings, Leonard. How are you, brother? All right. Yes, appreciate the invite, and it is beautiful. I was telling a story about how you came to Ghana with us in December of 2019, and then you end up moving here around September of 2020, and then we got things cleared up and the land commissioned around.
Pause. This is Leonard. And his wife is Carmen. Carmen fine as hell. Carmen got to be 70 years old. For 70 years old, Carmen fine. They both about 70 years old. They came back and bought property on this land. What land, Chief X? Hold on.
December of 2020, and from the beginning of the year 2021, you've been at work, my brother. You've been at work. You're a true warrior. I mean, look at all this thing, family. He's growing. He got the work boots on, so he's serious. He got the storage back here.
This guy is a black American who moved to Ghana because he was surreal about repatriation. He was real about relocating. But I told people, I forgot to finish this sentence. I wouldn't suggest anyone move to Ghana or Africa if you're not in a position like this guy is. Him and his wife, Carmen, are retired people. They get a pension, meaning they get a set income. So they can never fail. They will never be on the street with something on top of their head trying to sell it if they fall on hard times. Because both of them, as retired couples, both of them getting a pension, can live good in Ghana off of their two pensions. I don't suggest you do that if you're a young person with a job or a business, unless you get a pension. So I'm giving great advice to people. It's not a good idea to repatriate unless you're retired with a pension, or if you have an unfailable business or an unfailable job. Other than that, anyone tell you to repatriate is giving you some bad advice and is going to fuck your life up. Chief X happens to care. So this is why I was giving that real advice.
I want to show people some options and things that they can do. Yeah, we have on a schedule to pass. Good.
I'm just skipping forward. Like this is, yeah.
Do a small bit because you're containing it.
Now paused. Where was that at? That land I just showed you, right? Let me show you. is this land right here that I'm standing on. That's the land where he had that house built. No black American gave a shit when I was sharing this and talking about it. They hated on me, they got jealous, and was hating that I was in Ghana. They didn't give a shit, and they don't give a shit today. So when I tell you Pan Africanism is dead, it's fucking dead. Niggas is just running their mouth from America. They're not serious. That's that land. No, hold on, not here. And when people go to Ghana, they don't show you this shit. They don't show you that real shit. Like this was in Kumasi. I wasn't just hanging in Accra. I went 4 hours inland to Kumasi. Do people come back and show you pictures of Kumasi? They want to show you all the pretty shit. They don't want to tell you that real shit. I was taking pictures because they had all these boats and canoes, right? These boats and canoes. And I was telling you, these are the same canoes that they had for thousands of years. These canoes cannot cross large body oceans, but you can sail along the coast. You can cruise out in the water and go fishing. You can go in a lake. You can go on a little mild sea, but you cannot take that boat and cross no goddamn large body oceans. You will fall out and die. Wood would crack and everything. I've been in the Navy. I'm trying to tell people. So I did a video showing the different ships and stuff that they have, right? This is me in the forest in Ghana. The Ayatori Forest. Place where I said I felt like home. I said I want to pull up camp and just move up in this. It's for some reason, and I'm not pseudo and I'm not being superstitious, but when I was in this forest and when I gathered that honey and I was bringing that honey back and I showed y'all this honey I got from Ghana and I was telling people, T-Ben, I think T-Ben is still listening to me. T-Ben was supposed to go there and check this out. It was a white guy who had a company harvesting honey. And he harvests the honey in this forest in Ghana. But when I left Ghana, I ran out the honey, so I wanted some more. So I looked up look for the honey, and I found a company selling honey. But this company went out of business. So I was telling people it is wide open in Ghana. If a black American just wanted to go there and start a honey business and manufacture honey in this Ayatori forest, I might have the name wrong, Ayatori. I might be saying it wrong. You can harvest honey and bottle it and sell it all over the world. You just have to come to here to Ghana, get permission, because a lot of things they don't be harvesting and like taking advantage of their resources and shit. And other people be coming to Africa and take advantage of their resources and start big business with it. So I was telling people they can come here and harvest this honey, have it jarred, and start a honey company. But you would have to have some money to set it off. But it's here and able to do. But anyway, I felt so at home when I sat up in this forest and I did the tour of it. I said I want to live up in here, and they have what they call they have nocturnal animals only. So in the daytime, it was safe for us to go through here and go on the tour. But, they say be careful at night because they only have nocturnal animals here. All right. Here's a field where they be playing soccer all the time and shit. You just, when you're driving through, you'll see big pastures of land in Ghana. And these trees and all this green and stuff. Then you'll see 50 kids playing soccer. Soccer's like the national sport. They call it football in other places. But they just love soccer in Ghana. So you see these fields, just empty fields, and they just turn it into a soccer field. I'm off on another subject, but these are like trees at this is a what do they call this place? It's a museum, but it's a just like a natural museum, and like I forget what they call it. But I was taking pictures of the trees and the breakdown of them, right? Like for instance, you see how these people are carved on a tree, and this is the place I was at where I said this is fucking beautifully carved, and you know this wood they carved a elephant on the tree, and this is real beautiful, right? And the way they have it landscaped, and the palm trees look like a street in L.A. in the hood. You know, in L.A. in the hood, when you look down the street, you'll see palm trees lined up like this. I said, who decorated and landscaped this shit like this, right? And the answer was, let me just show you what the guy said. Hold on. You see how this tree, it says, this tree, I don't know if all you guys can see this. Let me make it a little bigger. It says this tree was planted by Sir Gordon Gergesberg on 23rd of March, 1924. Can you see that? So when I make this statement and I asked about these trees and the landscaping, excuse me, hold on. Like, why is this? They'll call it botanical museum. That's what they call it, a botanical museum. Why is this botanical museum so pretty and landscaped so nicely, and these trees lined up like this? And you know, this is the spot where the Ghanaian guy told me that the British built this up, and he was the one who told me. And people was thinking I was saying no. The Ghanaians, they told me everything of beauty in Ghana, the British probably built it. And this was said to me at this botanical museum. So that made me think. I said, damn. The Ghanaians said to me, anything of beauty, the British built. That hit me hard. And when I was saying that, when I came back, people got mad at me for even mentioning that. Okay, so that's just my talk on repatriation and how black Americans never gave a fuck. And they're not into about no real Pan Africanism. Niggas is just running at their mouth, right? And it's a cult. Hold on. Let me get back to where I was. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to get to the Molefi Asante and the Skip Gates stuff. Hold on. We just starting. Hold on. Okay. Um, okay, so where do I want to go next? Hold on. Let's do this. One second, y'all. Bear with me. Let's do this. Afrocentrism. Let's just define it. Now, if some of you guys are late, I already broke down why Afrocentrism and African centered, them terms are a misnomer, and it's impossible for a black American to be African centered. It's impossible for us to embrace Afro centered education. Okay, you can study Africans' continental history, but black American and African American history is not African history. Those are two different things. Black American history and African history are two different things. You have to understand that. When you say African history, you're talking about the continent of Africa. And this continent has different countries on the continent. And what I mean is, Congo history is different than Ghanaian history. So you can't just say African history. You have to say Congolese history. You have to say Ghanaian history. Just like you say Brazilian history, American history, Black American history. Okay? You can't be centered. Only place you can be centered is where you're native from. Native means where you're born. If I'm born and raised in California, I'm a native Californian. I'm also a Native American. Native and indigenous are two different things. Understand the terminology. When I say indigenous, that means I'm indigenous to West and Central Africa. I'm not indigenous to America, but I'm native to America. You get what I'm saying? Okay. So Afrocentrism, also called Africentrism, cultural political movement whose mainly African American adherents, okay, regard themselves in all other. So people in other countries, especially Africa, don't call themselves Afrocentrics or African centered. Why would a person in Kenya say he's African centered? He already knows he lives on the continent of Africa. He would say he has Kenyan history or he's Kenyan centered. A Kenyan knows he has nothing to do with Mali. So they don't match and mix their history like black Americans do. Okay, so you got to understand that Afrocentrism is a black American thing. Okay, it's mainly a African American adherents regard themselves and all other blacks as syncretic Africans, meaning they want to sync us all together and believe that their worldview should positively reflect traditional African values. But if we're being honest with each other, you guys do not want to reflect any traditional African values as black Americans. You're just saying that to sound cute. You do not want to go back to where they were castrating women's clitoris. You do not want to go back to the spiritual system in Ghana called the Trokosi system, where they took on slaves and children were paying for shit their uncles and great grandparents did, and they become slaves and are born into slavery in the Trokosi system. You don't want to take on that traditional system and go back to that primitive shit. You guys don't want to go back to nothing traditional and old school about any of Central and West Africans' ancient traditions. Y'all don't want to go back to none of that primitive shit. You only say that out your mouth to sound cute, so you can make people think, I'm about that life. I'm about that real shit. I want to go back to some African traditional values. No, you fucking don't. You just trying to sound cute. You just trying to impress the next man. Y'all don't want to go back to none of that shit. You niggas want to progress and move forward. You don't want to go back to nothing that is underdeveloped, underthought, and some pseudoscience. Because pseudoscience is prevalent in West and Central Africa. Do we need to get into that discussion? Okay. The terms Afrocentrism, Africology, and Afrocentricity were coined in the late 80s by African American scholar and activist Molefi Asante. He coined the terms. So let me blow this up so you niggas can see. I think I blew it up too much. Why is this not collapsing on me? Oops. Okay, so where were we? Where were we? Where were we? Where were we? Hold on. We're talking about Afrocentrism. In the terms Afrocentrism, I tried to blow this up, but it's tripping on me. I just want to make sure you see it. The terms Afrocentrism, Afrocology, and Afrocentricity were coined in the 1980s by the African American scholar and activist Molefi Asante. He coined that shit. And his beliefs. Afrocentrism argues that for centuries, Africans and other non whites have been dominated through slavery and colonization by Europeans, and that European culture is at best irrelevant and at worst diametrically opposed to efforts by non Europeans to achieve self determination. I don't want to go into what self determination means because that's going to be a whole different fucking thing. Because of self determination is why niggas started stealing other people's culture. But let's just move on. For this reason, according to Afrocentrism, people of African descent need to develop an appreciation of the achievements of traditional African civilizations. Indeed, they need to articulate their own history and their own systems of value. According to Afrocentrism, African history and culture began where? In ancient Egypt. Let's stop playing because I'm going to give you this real history and where you niggas got thrown off at. Molefi Asante taught you pseudo history. He taught you revised history and put niggas on track to lie and manipulate history. Molefi Asante is guilty of that. He said your history began in ancient Egypt. He's trying to tell you that ancient Egypt is black history, and we know today that ancient Egyptians weren't black people. Molefi Asante pushed all that Diopian, who was wrong, Sheikh Anta Diop, he pushed all that Dr. Ben stuff and tried to make the ancient Egyptians black. They went around the world and started Afrocentrism. Ivan Van Sertima, all the rest of them, all of them claiming that the Native Americans, the Olmecs are black, the goddamn ancient Chinese are black, the Egyptians is black, the Moors is black, everybody's fucking black. We did every fucking thing, we started everything, everything was fucking black. All this bullshit blackology began with Molefi and Diop and these Afrocentrics. Afrocentrics brainwashed black Americans with fake revised history. Molefi Asante saying that our shit, black history, began in Egypt. And Egypt is a whole fucking different continent that has nothing to do with black Americans. So what Skip Gates wanted to do was put you niggas back on track. But Molefi Asante began to shoot fire on Skip Gates, and that's why the conscious community hates credentialed scholars. That's why they hated Skip Gates and anyone with degrees, because the Afrocentric community and all the people with no degrees, with no credentials, wanted you for themselves. The Afrocentric community and today's people like Asar, Wu Jiao, these people who used to be of the Amin Ra squad, they all, Dr. Phil Valentine, Queen of Fool, they say, get these professionals and credentialed people out of our way. We want the conscious community for ourselves. We got to make money off these niggas. They're ignorant. And we want this cult for ourselves. Remove these professionals out the way so we can get to them and make this fucking money off their ignorance. And this is what happened with Afrocentricity. Afrocentricity was put together to combat Eurocentricity or Eurocentrism, which was some racist ideology also. But guess what? Eurocentrism been killed itself and stopped. It's no more Eurocentrism. That shit died, and they're good with it because European scholars are not going to be out here teaching no revised history because they can't get no fucking jobs teaching revised history. They'll get shut down by the world of academia. Niggas is trying to do shit right. There's only still Eurocentrism was racist. Afrocentrism was racist. They're both fucking wrong. Throw them both in the goddamn trash can. Not just one of them. Throw them both in the trash. They're mirrors of each other. Eurocentrism and Afrocentrism are both filled with fuck nigga shit. Throw them both in the goddamn garbage. They're both trash. But guess what? Afrocentrism still continues today while Eurocentrism been dead. So you niggas is still carrying on a bunch of bullshit. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go right here. This is the nigga who told y'all to start stealing, and he wrote on books telling you to start stealing. He said, this is what we got to do. And I made this video damn near 2 years ago trying to wake you niggas up. I said, I'm about to remodel the conscious community 2 years ago, and guess what? It's remodeled right now. But in the meantime, I was showing you this bullshit. This is what's happened to African Americans and why this Egyptomania going on. Because of the elders taught this. Listen.
In other words, the only way that we can find our way back to our greatness is that we, as African people, have to claim ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt.
Pause! Listen to his words. He said the only way we can get back any kind of greatness or be seen as great is to steal Egypt. If we don't have Egypt, we ain't shit, just being sub-Saharan Africans or people from West and Central Africa. This is the ideology that the cult of Afrocentrism is brainwashing you niggas with. This is what he said basically. Listen again.
Egypt is African people. The only way that we can find our way back to our greatness. In other words, the only way that we can find our way back to our greatness is that we, as African people, have to claim ancient Egypt. As African people, have to claim ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is the only people. Have to claim ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is the only entity in the whole entire world that will give us back our greatness. Have to claim ancient Egypt.
He said, he's saying, if you fucking with South, with West and Central Africa, you can't be great. He is disrespecting my ancestors. This is why I have a problem with these niggas. When I'm hearing this shit, all I think about is that orphanage and them beautiful, nice kids. All that underdeveloped shit in West and Central Africa that needs us black Americans' attentions. You got niggas like him telling you guys to fuck that shit, go to Egypt. And this is how you niggas got off course. Let's go.
Ancient Egypt is the only entity in the whole entire world that will give us back our greatness. So we, as an African people, we're going to have to find our way back to ancient Egypt. So we, as an African people, we're going to have to find our way back to our greatness. So we, as an African people, we're going to have to find our way back to ancient Egypt.
Pause! But ancient Egypt was never where we were from to even find our way back to. You get what I'm saying? He forced you niggas to come out of character, get up into this cult, and focus on ancient Egypt and said, fuck West Central Africa. That shit ain't great. So you niggas gravitated towards wanting to be an ancient Egyptian because you niggas thought that shit was sexier. This is why Chief X debunked Black Egypt. I had to. It was a necessity to remodel this conscious community and get you niggas back on track. Let's go.
And in so doing, you will find our greatness, which is lying unclaimed in the continent of Africa. And the second thing that's blocking us.
That's what happened to y'all. That's what happened to us. Me too. Okay? But it was the fight. But let me just hear, I'm going to play him one more time and we're done. Is what happened to African Americans and why this Egyptomania going on. Because of the elders taught this. Listen.
In other words, the only way that we can find our way back to our greatness is that we, as African people, have to claim ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is the only entity in the whole entire world that will give us back our greatness. So we, as an African people, we're going to have to find our way back to ancient Egypt. And in so doing, we will find our greatness, which is lying unclaimed in the continent of Africa. And the second thing that's blocking us.
That's what. Pause. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some truth up in it. That's what how y'all fucked up. By cult leaders. We had a bunch of cult leaders. Dr. Ben was a cult leader. Walter Williams is a cult leader. It's a bunch of cult leaders that make up Afrocentrism. You can't corral y'all with one motherfucker. You need about 3, 4, 5 niggas to corral y'all asses. What he said, Dr. Williams said, is he is stomping on your West African, African American, and your West African biological heritage. He say, fuck that shit. Take y'all asses to Egypt. That is the only way you can be great. Is through stealing another people's history. If you fucking with West and Central Africa, you can't be great. He said you must, in order to return to your greatness, fuck with ancient Egypt. And look at you niggas. Niggas' intellectual squads are called Amun-Ra Squad, Team Osiris, and Sa Neter is a main mogul source in New York, is a media source for the conscious community, and his name is Sa Neter TV. Sa Neter, ancient Egyptian god name. The House of Consciousness. Sa Neter is a media man for the cult leaders. God damn it, Carter G. Goodson always saying some good shit and helping out. He is right. Great book on this. I mean, I appreciate the donation, bro. Hey, Crystal.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm good, thank you. Just checking to see how you guys are doing.
You know, I'm glad you called because I do need
What can
some
I
more
get for you?
infused chocolate bars. Can I get a case of almond nut toffee
Yeah, which
cannabis
one?
chocolate bars?
You want to do one for now?
Yeah, let me do one for now.
Okay.
But at the end of the week, I may order like 3 cases. But I just need one for now.
Okay, I got you. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, lady.
No problem.
They're not coming today. They're gonna come deliver tomorrow. Oops, she hung up. That's business. Hold on. Liquid Gold Company. Boy, they be having these uh cannabis chocolate bars. My best seller for the last 5 years. I don't give a shit. You eat one piece of this bar, it's like 6 pieces. You eat one of the 6 pieces, you fucked up all night. So that was one of the reps from the company calling me. I told you I be working in this cannabis industry. I be trying to make y'all some money, but y'all don't get it. If you want the best cannabis, you need to see me. I ship to all 50 states. Reach out. I ship cases wholesale to people. Like I got about 20 people who feed their family off of cases that I send them. Y'all didn't know this? Chief X basically employs about 20 black people. It's about 20 niggas in the conscious community, outside the conscious community, who can feed their sons and daughters because of the deal Chief X gave them. None of these niggas in the community do any work like I do. They just be running their mouth. Carter C. Goodson just says a great book on this subject, and thank you for the donation. The Case of Afrocentrism by Takande. I have that book on my um, Kindle. But I actually got the physical copy of the second book he's recommended, calling "We Can't Go Home Again" by Clarence Walker, Afrocentrism. Right? I have that book here, "We Can't Go Home Again: An Argument About Afrocentrism." So if I'm talking about something, I'm real on the subject. I'm not just making shit up. I'm trying to enlighten you niggas. That's why I was showing you these books that I had. Because people say Chief X don't read. He ain't got no books and shit. Right? Africanisms in American culture. So this subject I'm talking about, I'm pretty much well read on. And this shit we're about to get into, they denying this indigenous slavery in Ghana. But let's talk. We got the information. We got all the primary sources. Let's finish this up. So I set out because Walter Williams want to put you on the wrong track. Chief X want to get you on the right track. I want to clean it up. How are you trying to clean this up, Chief X? Hold on. Pause. Let me find something. You're going to look at me while I'm looking for this. Okay, here we go. It's almost 2023. I made this statement at the end of 2020, right? And let's just go with it. This is a comment I made. I'm just showing you the progression of what really happened and how it's really going down and how Chief X ended up getting canceled and blackballed, right? Because he was kicking too much shit. And he was remodeling the conscious community and he was showing you literally how it went wrong. Here's one of them. This is when I first started. No. This was 2 years ago. But it's when I set my mind to say, you know what? All this shit I've been saying for 2 years prior to this, like 4 or 5 years ago, I just want to release it in a rage. And I'm going to remodel this whole conscious community and I'm going to tear it down. And we're going to rebuild it with a better foundation using real scholarship, using literally the world of academia to progress us. Because all these hustlers and Afrocentrics is fucking it up. So I made this video right here. Damn near 2.5 years ago. Here we go. The entire conscious community will be torn down and remodeled. From Sheikh Anta Diop to Dr. Ben, all the way down to the craziest young pharaoh. A lot of people will be in their feelings in 2021. They will be in their feelings. I said that in 2020 that people are going to be in their feelings in 2021. I'm laying the groundwork 2 years ago that I'm about to tear this whole shit down. And the results of the teardown we're going to talk about because they all came through. From young Pharaoh to Polite to everybody being tore down. The information being tore down. We're going to hold on, just listen. Feelings more than they've been in their feelings. The entire conscious community will be torn down and remodeled. From Sheikh Anta Diop to Dr. Ben, all the way down to the craziest young pharaoh. A lot of people will be in their feelings in 2021. And I pause. And goddamn it, niggas been in their feelings like a motherfucker. I knew it, and I'm right. I flipped. Half these niggas has been flipped by Chief X. People don't want to keep that real, but I remodeled this motherfucking shit and flipped thousands of niggas. 10,000 people watched my video, Black Egypt Debunked. At least another 50,000 people have watched subsequent videos. They will be in their feelings more than they've been in their feelings at any time. I'm tearing it all down and remodeling it because it has mold in all the walls. And it's no good anymore. We're rebuilding it on truth. The entire conscious community and its teachings have been a sham for 40 years. Strap on your seatbelt. Get ready. A lot of niggas gonna be in their feelings. And I'm Chief X. I'm the Cyber Village Chief. And you the front line. I lay down the law. What? I lay down the law. Tell him again, Chief. I lay down the law. Goddamn right. And I'm Chief X. I'm the Cyber Village Chief. I'm the village chief here. You fall in line and you bend the goddamn knee because in this virtual computer online conscious community world, I'm the chief in the goddamn village and you niggas gonna bend the knee. You the front line worker. I'm the motherfucking boss, I was saying. So, 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, I made that video. And everything I said in there came to fruition. I said, I'm going to tear this shit down. I start revealing your cult leaders. I start revealing the people who was teaching nonsense and bullshit. I went in on that Egypt shit. I debunked that bullshit. And right now, let's just say, this is what you got to understand. Wait. I'm going to get to y'all. I see y'all questions in the chat. And right now, let's just say this. This you got to understand. Let me explain what the conscious community is to you so you can understand how. The conscious community is an online community with the head media source being in New York called Sonetter TV, House of Consciousness TV. That is the media or the electrical conduit. You like that, huh? That is an electrical conduit, Sonetter TV in New York, where information is dispersed to the rest of the online woke or conscious community. It starts with Sonetter online. That's the conscious community. People outside of the online community are just people in their neighborhoods doing their thing. In the conscious community, Chief X is well known. Understand what I'm saying first. Because I've been on Sonetter, the dispenser of information, the conduit, the electrical conduit that dispenses the cult's information goes through Sonetter. I've been on his Sonetter TV debating with Polite, 100,000 views. Debating with Jabari, 40,000 views. People who tune in to Sonetter TV, the conduit, knows Chief X. The events we've had in the so-called online conscious community are RBG Family Weekend that used to go down every weekend in Texas, and the Black Power Awards that went on in Atlanta. And all these events, major events, for unity in the conscious community, Chief X attended both of them. The Black Power Awards and the RBG Family Weekend. So I'm dealing with the intellectual community and the hardcore rebellious revolutionary community called the RBGs. They all know me, so the entire conscious community knows who Chief X is. Because the conscious community is an online community. If you're not in this online community, like especially like on Facebook, I have a nice Facebook following, a bigger Facebook following than a lot of these other popular people do have. I may not have a following on YouTube as big, but I have a nice following on Facebook. So through Facebook and YouTube, people in the online conscious community for sure knows Chief X. If we're not talking about an online community, then you're not talking about a conscious community. You're just talking about people just in your local area who get together and put on events. They may not be, and the elders in these outside the online may not be considered the conscious community. They don't even know who Sonetter is. They don't know who I am. They don't know who these online personalities are. They're just doing work in their local community. But in the conscious community, niggas know Chief X for sure. All of them. Young Pharaoh, Sarah Sutin Seti, Polite, Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson, they all know me personally, and I've met them all personally, and they see me and watch my videos and can't stand me. The entire conscious community knows me. This is why 10,000 people watched Black Egypt Debunked. So in the cyber online conscious community, Chief X is known, regardless if you want to agree or not. And all these people and all today's elders, like Runoko Rashidi, rest in peace, Mfadishi, Baba Heru. Me and Baba Heru was just arguing on Facebook the other day, and he insulted the fuck out of me. Me and Runoko Rashidi had a disagreement because he didn't want to come on a platform and have a discussion with the what I call the junior elders. He refused to have a discussion with us because the junior elders and Amin Ra Squad and people like Team Osiris and all that, at this time we didn't agree with a lot of shit that Runoko Rashidi was saying. So I said, these people don't want to deal with any junior elders, any youth in the movement. They don't give a fuck. They just want to hotep hustle and make money. They don't give a fuck about talking to you niggas. That's why Runoko Rashidi never came online on a live stream to have a conversation with other grown folk like me and Uncle Keck, and he doesn't fuck with y'all, and he won't. He don't give a shit about you guys. He never did. And soon as I asked him, did he want to come on the panel in a nice way, that nigga blocked me. I said, damn, Runoko Rashidi, Just blocked me. I said, after that, I said, I knew Runoko Rashidi is full of shit. Mfadishi watches all my videos religiously. Runoko Rashidi did too when he was alive. All these cats did. Baba Haru with Facebook. I'm Facebook friends with all these cats. So if they don't see me on YouTube, they definitely see me on Facebook. And I'm part of the online conscious community. It is what it is. I clown them, but I'm part of it. And I always have been since 1992. I'm the chief in this cyber village. God damn it. Okay, so let's be clear. When I set out to remodel this shit, niggas knew it and know it and don't want it to happen. So this is why Chief X has been canceled and blackballed. Not for beating people or selling people fake products or not sending people products when they order from me and I do the most business in this entire fucking community, let's be real. Not for teaching false information because Chief X don't teach nothing but correct information. Not for any of these righteous things, not for doing international business in Africa, not for going there. All these righteous and good things, they hate me for. You can't say Chief X owe anybody any money. You can't see Chief X ever scammed anyone. You can't say Chief X ever taught some misinformation. Only thing you can relate to me is righteousness. And if anyone don't like Chief X is because Chief X has destroyed their hero, Chief X has destroyed a lot of their beliefs. Those are the only reasons anyone would dislike me. Only. No one on earth can pull up anything and say, this is why we dislike Chief X for this negative shit. Because there is no negative shit. Let's just be honest. I fucked over your heroes with reality. Okay, check this out. So we were talking about Afrocentrism, and we broke that down, and Molefi Asante said, our African history and culture begins with what? Let's not forget he said that. Began in ancient Egypt. Oh, really? So, let's just go here and talk about it then. Let me share my screen and let's really talk about it. Now we're going to get into discussion about Molefi Asante and Dr. Skip Gates, and we're going to see what the dichotomy was, what the beef was, and how all this shit jumped off. And why the conscious community hate credentialed people. We hate college professors. We always talking about the same 10 to 15 men. And you got all these people every year since the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, right now. You got people at universities graduating with degrees every year for the last 100 years. Degrees in history, degrees in science, degrees in microbiology, archaeology. And, I mean, it was a chick who had a master's degree in, in anthropology, a black sister out of Cali. I said, sister, I was trying to hook the Amin Ra squad up because they were so-called wanting to they were so-called wanting to gather experts and shit. They thought Asar was an expert. They thought Ujaro was an expert in all of these. And they was trying to get in Dr. Mayat and stuff. And they wanted to gather all these educated people with degrees. And I gave them one in their hand, this lady with a master's degree in anthropology. And they couldn't obtain her. She immediately seen they was on some fuck shit. And they knew she was on some real shit. And they didn't let her join. I said, I handed you an anthropologist with a... Ah, Kakek! You know this is true when you're listening to me right now. Why did you guys kick out this anthropologist who had a master's degree, this black woman? Why you guys didn't bring her in? She came on a live stream. I had set it all up. Here, me and Unc was cool at this time. Here go one. You should have her join the Amin Ra squad. She knows this shit. She's been in digs and done all this internship at archaeological sites, and she's good and she knows her shit. And she came on a live stream one time, And all she can do is see niggas going arguing back and forth with each other. She's seen a bunch of ignorant niggas on the panel. Like, what is these niggas doing? Like, niggas be putting Pan Africanism designs on the panel. This nigga didn't even know Nigeria was West Africa. He thought Nigeria was North Africa. So that type of shit. She's seen these niggas was putting crazies on the panel. They were arguing with people with mental health diseases and shit. It didn't matter. You can be crazy, a nut out your mind. I'm in Raw Squad would debate you all on a live streaming. You guys are sitting here going back with niggas with Down syndrome and y'all debating crazy people. I'm like, she's seeing all that shit. Crazy, y'all couldn't have a conversation. You couldn't have a adult conversation. She's seen that shit and bounced. Or Ankh and them said, "Oh, she's too real. We can't fuck with her. We need some more people who's slippery." And they just didn't fuck with the chick. I was pissed off about that shit. I meant well and I had good intentions. Yep, Carter C. Goodson is right. The reason why in the early 80s that the Afrocentric community removed professionals, it started with Skip Gates. They bashed him because Skip Gates simply told the truth and said that African chiefs participated in the transatlantic slave trade. Oh, the conscious community or the Afrocentrics was in an uproar. Oh no, we can't have that truth out there. Stop it. Stop the press. Fuck Skip Gates. This nigga said African chiefs had some culpability in the transatlantic slave trade. Oh, we having a heart attack. Let's start writing articles. Let's get this man out of here. Let's cancel Skip Gates. And the fix was in. So from 80s all the way up to now, they removed you guys trying to get an understanding about the slave trade, electronic slave trade, and this is why you niggas never knew that Africans was involved because the entire Afrocentric community, starting with Molefi Kete Asante, who started, didn't want you to know that African chiefs and Africans participated in the transatlantic slave trade. He said, "Nope, we got to have you guys for ourselves. Remove these professionals," and they didn't fuck with professionals from then on. That's why you guys get niggas like Dr. Sebi, who's not a fucking doctor, telling you he can heal the blind and raise the dead, and here you niggas all in Sebi's face and shit. Oh yeah, Sebi can heal the blind. Oh, Sebi can cure lupus. Sebi can cure sickle cell. Oh yeah, go Sebi. Sebi can cure herpes. He can cure cancer. Sebi is God. Black Jesus, the Messiah. We have him. Oh, and you guys go crazy behind these motherfuckers. Dr. Layla Africa. Oh yeah. Oh, these are fake doctors talking about fake shit. You guys begin to fall in love with uncredentialed people. Oh, SR teaching linguistics. He's trying to make combine Egypt and Africa. All these fake credentialed, all these fake people in your face instead of all these people who are every year graduating from universities. Why y'all don't know the 1,000 people who got a doctorate degree in science? Why aren't they on Sinetter's platforms? Why is all these thousands people who graduated with a D degree in anthropology, archaeology, all these black kids in all these 50 states, 50 states, just say 50 universities with black people graduating in degrees and PhDs and master's degrees in all these fields of science, and the so-called woke, so-called conscious community don't know not none of them. You don't know, you don't give a fuck. You don't know none of these frat brothers and sorority sisters who have all these degrees in these subjects because you guys said, oh, these niggas is Greeks. Fuck these Greek niggas. They think they Greek and shit. I don't care if they got a master's degree, a doctorate degree. I don't care if they're networking and putting on shit. I used to say to the conscious community, you guys need to be more like sorority sisters and fraternity brothers. They network for real and they put down help in their communities for real. You guys need to be like them. Niggas is, oh, fuck them niggas. They Greeks and shit. They think they Greeks, which they don't. But the conscious community and this Afrocentric community have always had this hatred for people who go to college and people who have degrees and shit, if they're not these same 10 or 15 people. You got thousands of people graduating with degrees every year for the last 100 years in all kinds of fields of science and history, but they're not on Sonetta TV. They're not on that conduit that's dispersing information to you. All the pseudos and frauds are. The pseudos and the frauds got you covered. We got you, conscious community. Fuck them credential people. We got you. And they hotep hustle the fuck out your ass. This is just the reality. So Chief X's whole thing was to remodel this shit and bring you guys back to the world of academia who's correct. Science is undefeated. Niggas can talk all that shit about DNA, excuse me, about where they from and who their ancestors are. But when DNA science hit the scene, it kills the motherfucking game. Nope. DNA science says you're not the Native American. Bam. DNA science says you're not the Moor. Bam. DNA science says you're not North African or Egyptian. Bam. DNA science says you're not the original Chinese. Bam. You niggas is getting shut down with DNA. With science is undefeated. Chief X was right trying to remodel this shit, and I made that video 2 years ago. So let's go and see what this cat was teaching. He said, hold on, let's share my screen. Let's get it on to Skip Gates and a Molefi Asante. Let's get on to that real shit. Check this out. Where am I at? Bam. Here we go. An Afrocentric manifesto by Molefi Asante. He wants to give you the manifesto. How it is and how it's going to go down and what's going to happen. Hold on. Hold on. Come on back to me. Let's just make this fucking clear. Let's make this fucking clear. Because people try to protect Molefi Asante. He knows he needs to clean a lot of this shit up, he said. Right? Where's it at? Hold on. I'm coming. He put out all these books, right? Uh, and an Afrocentric Pan-Africanist vision, right? This was his vision. Let's just keep it real. He's saying it began, you see how I have it highlighted, in ancient Egypt. This is his manifesto. This is his vision. This is his intent. It's to steal. Let's get on back to it. Hold on. We're not finished. We are not finished. Hold on. Where is it at? Let me find this. We're going to get right back into it. Hold on. Where is that book? I got to find this book. Right now, you see this. I have this picture as my thumbnail. The one on the right. Wait a minute. This one right here. The picture you see on the left. I have that as my thumbnail. You see what it says under this thing? It says History Makers. You see the title of this? History Makers. I can't even highlight this shit. History Makers. These niggas is revising history and trying to make history up in their own image, is my point. Okay? So let me get up off this again. This is not what I wanted to show you. Where is this damn book? Hold on. Where is this damn book? Bam! Right here. Handbook of Black Studies. This is Molefi Asante's book. No, editors Molefi Asante and Malama Kranga. They got an Egyptian woman on here with hieroglyphs all up on my head, up over her head. They trying to tell you Egyptians are black and Egyptians is black studies. No, it's not. Egyptians has nothing to do with African American studies. So what the hell he's doing over in Egypt is theft. What Skip Gates was doing was trying to bring you back to reality, and they didn't want you in reality, so they took issue with Skip Gates, and we're going to get to that. Molefi Sante was trying to revise history and miseducate black folk intentionally, along with all the other Afrocentrics. They were intentional liars. The people who told the truth you guys didn't want, they're all these college students that you guys ignore every day. Okay? Now, let me come on back because I said I was going to address these questions, right? And I forgot to address these questions because I showed people the cases of liquid gold that I get, right? In the chocolate, right? And I was telling my people I sell to all 50 states, right? People were like, hold on, where y'all at? People were asking, can I order one? Now, I always give my number out. My number is 424-222-0628. 424-222-0628. Everyone knows I sell and ship edibles to all 50 states. I put my email everywhere. Or you can go to my website. My website is everywhere. My information is there. My numbers is there. Everything is there. Anyone can reach me if they want to. Yes, I do ship. I sell cases, wholesale, and all that. Every goddamn where. All 50 states. So I don't know why people are still not getting this. If you want the best quality on anything cannabis related or shroom related, hit me. If you want to make some money and hustle, hit me. 20 other people do. That's on y'all if you don't. If you don't like me that much where you can't even do business with me, that's on you. Don't thrive. But I'm trying to help people thrive. So yes, people can order. Just reach out to me. I'll ship it to you. I ship immediately. I ship the next day. Okay. So if you order from me, you're gonna have your shit in 3 days. That's how Chief X get down, right? And you're gonna have a quality product. So yeah, Dr. Banu, I share. Okay. So where was I now? Um. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Let's get back to. Yeah. So Molefi Asante wanted you guys to steal history and steal everyone else's history and claim everybody else's history. Skip Gates was sick of that shit. Okay? He was. So let's read the initial letter that pissed off Molefi Asante to made him want to come for Skip Gates. And then triggering the Afrocentric community, people like Brother Reggie, who people erroneously call Dr. Reggie, one of Sanetta's homies. Brother Reggie can't stand Molefi Asante, excuse me, Dr. Skip Gates, because other Afrocentrics brainwashed Reggie to hate Skip Gates. Because Skip Gates wanted to tell that real shit, but Brother Reggie and his clique and the Afrocentric cliques wanted to revise history and hotep hustle you guys and teach you revised fake history. This is why Skip Gates has all these DNA shows and all these documentaries beautiful documentaries he's put on about the black church and African American history, because he's talking about African American or black American history, not African history, but black American history. And you have to know the difference. That's why in the beginning I have to break this shit down to you and let you know that black American history is separate from African history. Continental African history is a whole different topic. And we fuck that up by not breaking up their own histories, because Kenyan history is not Nigerian history. None of North African history is sub-Saharan African's history. So saying African history is confusing in itself. So we need to stick with African American history. Now, if you want to learn African history, then you can go to them individual states and learn about them individual states' history on the continent of Africa. So let's just go and break this down. How guys? Let me share my screen. Bam! 1999. Let me blow this up. See, you guys are new. Most of you guys wasn't around in 1999. I go back to 1992. So a lot of times when I discuss this history of Henry Louis Gates and Molefi Asante, since you guys don't know about it and shit like that, you don't understand. You don't understand the Afrocentric phenomenon and what happened. You guys don't understand. So I'm trying to help you understand today's. Here it goes. This is something written by Henry Louis Gates against, Molefi Asante against Henry Louis Gates. The problem with Henry Louis Gates, African World, November 24th, 1999. Okay? This is him coming at him, and this is why Brother Reggie comes at Henry Louis Skip Gates today, because he was influenced wrongly when Skip Gates was actually correct and Molefi Asante was wrong. We see in hindsight today, and we're going to show you. The problem with Henry Louis Gates' African World, the beautiful African coastline of Ghana is studded with the haunted vestiges of slave fortresses built by European nations over a period of 400 years. Now, Molefi Asante wrote this. Molefi Asante is wrong, because I've showed you guys that European nations and the nation of Ghana, they got together and built those slave dungeons on an agreement to sell slaves and use slaves as a commodity for both the African chiefs and the Akan and the Asante and the Europeans to make money. That was a collaboration. But Molefi Asante only wants you to think in European nations. He wants to remove culpability from African chiefs. And that's just not strict, correct history. Okay? It's just deceitful history. Today we want to put out correct, proper history. Okay, so if it's built by European nations over a period of 400 years, it's not unlike the history of Europe, of the European slave trade. Another thing Skip Gates does, I'm not Skip Gates, I'm sorry. Molefi Asante, he doesn't like to use the phrase the transatlantic slave trade or the African slave trade. He doesn't like to use those terms. He likes to strictly call it the European slave trade, because he wants to push that only the Europeans were complicit in this atrocity, nobody else. He wants to revise history. That's why he coined Afrocentrism. Understand where I'm coming from? Okay. In other parts of West Africa, from Mauritania to Angola, where more than 600 slave ports were constructed. Remember what I'm saying, where more than 600 slave ports were constructed by Europeans. That's a lie. I will show you and tell you that a lot of these slave ports was constructed by Africans. To support the rape of Africa. It wasn't just Europeans in support of the rape of Africa. African chiefs wanted to rape Africa by selling commodities to Europeans and them benefiting by being given guns and alcohol and whatever the hell else they was being given. Okay. Now he said, yet if one listens closely to Henry Louis Gates, the entire project of slavery would not have occurred if it not had been for African involvement. That's true. Henry Louis Gates was correct. There was African involvement. But Afrocentrics like Molefi Asante hate to tell the truth that Africans was involved. This is the split, and this is why they don't fuck with Dr. Henry Louis Gates. And all Afrocentrics have been against him because he tells the truth. This is the same reason why Chief X is blackballed and the conscious community really doesn't fuck with him. Because Chief X tells the fucking truth. And they hate it. So you got to remove and you got to blackball sincere truth tellers. In order for the scammers and the pseudoscience people and the frauds to have their way with you, you have to remove the truth tellers and you have to remove the credentialed people. I'm going to break it all down to you so you can understand. Okay? Blaming the victim for the predicament of enslavement is neither historically correct or nor morally valid. Okay? Now I can go on and on with this, but I'm just letting you know where it started with this scathing letter he wrote about him in 1999. That all other Afrocentrics jumped on board erroneously when Henry Louis Gates was right all the goddamn time. Okay? He went on and on and on and on and on with this letter about Skip Gates. Just trying to hide history and do all that bullshit. Now, let's listen to him. Again, right here, we'll have a video in 2013 because not only in 1999 was he on his ass, but later on he still continued to be on his ass because Skip Gates was getting love for a lot of the shit he was doing for black Americans. Okay? So Molefi Asante responds to Henry Louis Gates right here in this video someone posted in 2013. Let's listen. Molefi Asante responds to Henry Louis Gates on slavery. So I'm showing you the primary evidence and helping you get an understanding of what really went down.
In response to the question that I received from you regarding the PBS series where Henry Louis Gates made the statement that there were Sierra Leonean blacks who were engaged in the slave trade. And that
Pause. I paused it. Just understand, Molefi Asante and Afrocentrics is mad at Henry Louis Gates for letting the cat out the bag. For talking about the elephant in the room. That's what they're mad at him for. Now, someone says sound on video is low. Let me just play it and I'll check that after I play this 2 minutes real quick.
some of them profited from it. I made the statement that there were Sierra Leonean blacks who were engaged in the slave trade and that some of them profited from it. I have a very interesting take on Gates's quest to discover Africans who participated in the slave trade, and I guess the take that I have.
I pause it again. Now, Molefi, being a credentialed, he's actually literally a credentialed scholar who teaches at Temple. He should have known this though, but I know he knows it. There's no way you can get that kind of degree and teach at a prestigious university and not know. He was simply hiding it. He was hiding the truth. Let's go.
Is that it seems to me a bit of folly, and also not only folly, but Henry Gates is fundamentally wrong on this attempt to remove the guilt from the European slavers and place it on Africans.
Now that's not what Henry was doing. Henry was saying they're both culpable. He is misrepresenting Henry when he says that. You know how niggas do. Dishonesty. A lot of Afrocentrics are dishonest. Okay? So let's continue on to what he literally said, and we're going to prove him wrong.
Basically, before the coming of the Arabs and the coming of the Europeans, there are no evidences of any kind of slavery in Africa. So,
Huh? He said before the white man, before the Arab, there's no evidence for any kind of slavery in Africa. That's what this so-called degreed Afrocentric teacher said to black folk. He just lied. He knows better than that. Let's listen to him again so you guys won't think people bullshitting.
of the US, I'm writing the second edition now, and in the history of Africa, which
He's writing this book, The History of Africa. So this book basically is to revise the history of Africa and remove the fact that yes, they participated in the slave trade because he only wants to blame the European. That's why he calls it European slave trade instead of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm showing you the reality, people. Listen to Chief X. So he writing this, the history of Africa. He's a black American. Let African scholars or Ghanaian scholars or Nigerian scholars worry about their history. We're going to get to the Ghanaian scholar telling you her own people's tradition and history. Fuck what Asante is talking about. Fuck what Molefi Asante is lying to you about. Let's go.
writing, think about it in terms of my own work in the history of Africa, which I'm writing the second edition now. And the next point is that basically, before the coming of the Arabs and the coming of the Europeans, there are no evidences of any kind of slavery in of any kind of there are no evidences of any kind of slavery in Africa. So that tells you a couple of things. That the instances of any kind of slavery.
Okay, we heard him. Primary source. Out his mouth. There are no instances of any kind of slavery. Not he said any kind of slavery in Africa. He just lied. I don't know why he wants to hide this fact. I'm going to tell you why, because it's like I always say. Black Americans have always been in a moral competition with white folk. So you want to seem morally better than white folk, so you have to remove the fact that black folk participated in slavery or in the slave trade in order to do that. You have to lie to black people and teach them fake history in order for you to make us seem that we're more morally correct than white folk. We've always had this competition thing to be moral competition with white folk. Instead of just being fucking real with your goddamn self and say we fucking up in America, we committing crimes like crazy. Yes, we participate in the slave trade so we can clean up this shit and change. In Alcoholics Anonymous, listen to what I'm telling you, family. You guys can talk this shit. In Alcoholics Anonymous, in order to heal and change and recover, like recovering addict, to change, you have to admit, I'm Chief X and I'm an alcoholic. I'm Chief X and I'm an addict. That starts the process for me understanding my problem so I can change my problem. If I'm in denial about being an alcoholic or a drug addict, I'm going to continue to drink and I'm going to continue to get high because I think I can handle it and I think I can control it and live a normal life. I'm in denial that I'm an addict and I'm an alcoholic. If black folk are in a denial about real history, if they're in denial about their plight in America and all the crimes and debauchery that they're into and do, and that we commit the most crimes in America by percentage, if we're in denial of all this, we can never change. We can never progress. We will remain in this state of debauchery and fuckery. So Chief X gets real because he understands this 12-step process and 12-step program of admitting your wrongs in order to change. Admit the truth so that people can become more enlightened and free. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Only thing Chief X is trying to do is set you niggas free. And you don't want to be free. You want to be a victim. You want to continue to embrace victimhood. You want to continue to point the finger at everybody and their mama. And you don't want to accept responsibility. Molefi Asante don't want to accept responsibility. Therefore, he coined Afrocentrism and jumped it off. And now we're in a cult, the conscious community cult. Now, let's see if he was right. Let's see if he was right. Are you finished?
In Africa.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's go on back.
That tells you a couple of things. Think about it in terms. Maybe that one exception, as I can think about it in terms of my own work in the history of Africa, which I'm writing the second edition now. And the next point is that basically, before the coming of the Arabs and the coming of the Europeans, there are no evidences of any kind of slavery in Africa. So
shut your goddamn mouth. I'm sick of you niggas. Here we go. Let's listen to the Ghanaian scholar. See, I keep telling people when I went to Ghana and I bought this book, I'm all out of order. Hold on, y'all. And I bought this book, Indigenous Slavery in Ghana. I said, damn, them Ghanaian scholars. Oops, I got this book there also. I got this book in Ghana also. It's just a story about it says the history of the Atlantic slave trade, and it's a little girl's story, right? But you see, the Ghanaians have no problem telling you about their traditions and their history, and that they were practicing slavery before the white man and the Arab. They were buying and selling slaves before a white man ever touched the shores. Now, the author is not an Afrocentric. She's not a liar. Molefi Asante is an Afrocentric and a liar, along with the rest of the Afrocentrics after him. And all the Afrocentric students like Brother Reggie. Now, prove that shit, Chief X. Ben, prove that shit, Chief X. Okay, let's go. Let the Ghanaian scholar tell it. This lady is a professor a PhD at Ghana University. Used to be over the archives, history archives. She's gotten all the written and the oral teachings from all her people in Ghana, the Gold Coast. Okay?
A slave in our Ghanaian tradition is a person who has been bought in cash or kind. That is the first definition. Bought. In our Ghanaian tradition is a person.
Pause. She said in her Ghanaian tradition, a slave is this: you were bought. So maybe Molefi needs to read a few more books. Because the Ghanaian scholars, unlike the black American scholars, teach a whole fucking different story. And I'm apt to believe the Ghanaian scholars because I don't trust none of you Afrocentrics with any kind of topic.
A slave in our Ghanaian tradition is a person who has been bought in cash or kind. That is the first definition. Second, in cash or kind is a person who has been bought in cash or kind. That is the first who has been bought in cash or kind. That is the first definition.
Okay, pause. Let's skip. I've played this video in my Black Egypt Debunk video, in my slavery, African selling African slavery presentation that was 5 fucking hours. I know what I'm talking about. I played about an hour of her videos. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Straight primary sources. But let's go. Hold on.
So that is the number one. And then the other ones are in kind or in cash. In some of the work I did in the archives, I was surprised to realize that in some court cases or disputes, somebody will say, can you please keep quiet, you slave? When your ancestors came here, they were bought with the hands. So that is the kind. In other words, cash at that time was cowries. If you had the number of cowries, you could...
Pause. The people using cowries and banana and food to buy slaves are other Africans buying slaves. Other Africans buying other Africans who were enslaved by other Africans. They even had Portuguese transporting slaves from Central Africa to West Africa for the Asante tribe. They acted as an Uber for the Asante tribe. The Portuguese did. When they got low on when the Asante tribes got low on slaves, they had Portuguese transport slaves to them from Central Africa. People were shocked when I told them that and showed that truth. Them niggas been slave trading forever. Let's listen.
Buy maybe a certain number of slaves per person. But if you didn't have cowries, you could also use bananas, foodstuffs to exchange for the slave. So the war captives are number one. Then the cowries, shells are number two. And then sometimes, because you don't have cash, it can be foodstuffs. You're a big farmer. You have a lot of plantain. You can take them to the slave market and buy a slave. And in my work, I discovered there were over 60 slave markets in Ghana. So in my thesis and in my book, I have given pictures and I've even drawn a map on the slave routes in Ghana and also in terms of the markets that were available for you to go and buy a slave, depending on your need. If you needed a few, 3 or 4 people to help you domestically in your home, you could go and buy 3 or 4 that were available for you to...
Stop. She's talking about buying and purchasing slaves. Other Africans. If you need help in your home, you go to the slave market that they set up and you buy a slave to come work in your home. Now, people get to talking about, this ain't no chattel slavery, but we're going to break that down too. You guys have to stop.
Go and buy over 60 slave markets in Ghana. So
Damn, it's six. She said it was 60 slave markets in Ghana. Europeans ain't set up all them slave markets. Ghanaians did. Okay, so you guys talk about rape and the white man raping black women and breeding and shit like that and sex and shit. I had to tell people, and people got pissed off, but this is a reality. I said a black slave girl on the continent of Africa was specifically taken for sex purposes from the chief or whoever, a head of the family member, and they was always fucking the little girls. The white men in America, although they had sex and raped girls, it wasn't as prevalent as the rape that Africans did against other Africans. I showed that 250,000 to 500,000 women in the Rwanda genocide, when the genocide in Rwanda, 500,000 women, damn near 250,000 women were raped. Africans always had a sex issue, and they would take prisoners of war or grab slaves and rape these little girls and use them as concubines in their household for sex purposes. You guys have no moral ground any better than any other race. Listen. I just hit that repeat on that one. So basically, she just saying they would pick little girls, a lot of them underage. Let's be honest, and marry them, and they become sex in their house. They become workers in their house. Shit they was doing in America. Workers in the house. Use them for sex. But Africans will use other African women for sex more than white men will use black women for sex. I had to find this out. It's just a reality. So you guys cannot continue to have this moral confrontation. This truth is going to set you free. Humans are 99.9% alike. Skip Gates was right. People will do anything. It don't matter if you African, you white, you Arab, you whatever. Niggas will do dirt and do wrong. They will steal, rob, steal, and kill. So Skip Gates is wrong saying that there was no kind of slavery before the white man. The Ghanaian scholar clearly told you there was slavery before the white man. In this book, they said it's been a tradition forever. Before I see somebody in the chat. See, whenever time I prove this point, people want to move the goalposts. Since they realize this before the white man, they want to move the goalposts. Oh no! Well, the Arab did it first. They didn't do it before the Arab. Before the Arab too. I seen you in the chat. I just didn't feel like dealing with it. In this book, it breaks it down. Before the Arab too. It's always been a tradition. They've always raided neighboring tribes to make another tribe bigger, and they always snatched up girls, used them for sex. They always had slaves before the Arab and the white man. People argue, oh, was it chattel slavery? Oh, was it chattel slavery? Oh, it wasn't as bad as slavery. I'm not in no competition to see whose slavery was worse. Was this worse in America? I don't give a fuck. They were both wrong. They were both cruel. They were both foul. And slavery is wrong, period. It don't matter if one was worse than the other. They were both wrong. You feel better because this slavery. Okay, like this. You feel better because this person got 5 lashes and this person got 25 lashes. Oh, we only did 5 lashes. They did 25 lashes to the back. Like all the lash, I don't care. 1 lash to 25 lash, it fucking hurts. What are you competing for? You don't have to do that no more. Everyone's complicit. The truth will set you free. Okay. So, people talk that shit about Henry Gates. Look, in 2013, Henry Louis Gates writes this again. Right here in 2013. You see? This nigga is obsessed with Henry Louis Gates. He's obsessed with Gates, with Dr. Gates. Because Dr. Gates gets more shine than him. Dr. Gates is loved. Dr. Gates has more work and credentials than him. So he's always hated on Skip Gates. The Afrocentrics are haters. Henry Louis Gates is wrong, he says, about the African involvement in the slave trade. No, he's not. Nigga, you wrong. Look. Wait a minute. He's not wrong. We was just talking about the King of Dahomey. The movie just came out. Woman King. They was practicing slavery in the Woman King and enslaving other people. We seen that. The lady told you are wrong. He's trying to even deny that the Dahomey Kingdom was practicing slavery. You can't run and hide from this, Dr. Molefi Asante. You're wrong. Henry Louis Gates is right. So in 1999, he wrote an article about Gates. He writes this other one in 2013. Right? Can y'all see? Okay. So let's get away from that. Let's do this. This is why they mad. Henry Louis Gates Jr. Let's talk about this brilliant man. Because not one scholar has ever enlightened black Americans more about black American history than Henry Louis Gates Jr. Not one. I'm not saying he's the best scholar or most brilliant scholar. There's plenty brilliant people and smart people. I'm saying as far as black American history, wait a minute, I'm just talking. I didn't even share my screen on the last one. I'm so sorry. Oops, I'm so sorry. It was this article I was showing if I didn't share my screen. Henry Louis Gates is wrong about the African involvement in the slave trade. This is Molefi Kete Asante mad at him, hating on Henry Louis Gates. because Henry Louis Gates getting all the love, got all the TV shows showing correct history, and he hates this correct history. He hates that Henry Louis Gates is showing the DNA coming from, you know what I mean? Henry Louis Gates does that shit. So let's look at this wonderful man's accomplishments and let's see why they hating on him. Henry Louis Skip Gates. Skip is his nickname. His name is Henry Louis Gates Jr. Born in 1950, he's an American literary critic, professor, historian, and filmmaker who serves as the Alphonse Fletcher University professor and director of the Hutchinson Center for African and African American Research at Harvard University. He done that and learned that because he loves black folk and he's a black man. He didn't get into African American history because he hates African Americans, you stupid fucks. Apologize to this man, Brother Reggie. He got into African American history because he wants to embrace it and teach it to African Americans. That's a positive thing. There's nothing negative Henry Louis Skip Gates ever has done, and don't let no Afrocentric tell you otherwise. Okay? He's a trustee of the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. He rediscovered the earliest African American novels and brought that shit to y'all. Say thank you. Long forgotten and has published extensively on appreciating African American literature. African American literature was pushed heavily in the Western world because of Henry Louis Gates Jr. African American literature, not African literature. It's a difference. Africans didn't really write. Okay, he's talking about African American. He brought that to you and made clarity. In addition to producing and hosting previous series on the history of genealogy of prominent American figures, since 2012, Gates has been the host of the television series Finding Your Roots. He embracing the science of DNA with Finding Your Roots series and showing black Americans that they're not Egyptians. You're not Moors. You're not the Native Americans in these series, Finding Your Roots. He's letting you know that your people came from West and Central Africa. Thank you, Skip Gates. He's doing something different than these Egyptomaniacs. He's telling you the truth. But you rather deal with a non-credentialed Egyptomaniac who's going to lie to you about some fucking history. And you want to be something sexy instead of what you are and what Henry Gates told you you are. That's why they hate Henry Gates. Okay? It combines the work of expert researchers in genealogy, history, and genetics. When you watch Henry Gates' series or any of his documentaries, 100% of the time, he will always have a credentialed scholar on it and presenting. If they're presenting in history, genetics, or genealogy, it's always a professional. If you go to Tariq Nasheed's documentary, he has no professional people with credentials talking about history. They're all fuck niggas lying. Dr. Umar Johnson's and shit. Tony Browder lying about shit. Brother Polite. And all these fuck niggas in his Hidden Colors documentaries. Professor Kaba Kawame, aka Booker T, who has no degree, but they call him professor. These are the people in Tariq Nasheed's documentaries. Fuck boys. Henry Louis Gates in his documentaries, real credentialed doctors. And ain't nobody in his presenting in his documentaries that has less than a PhD. He give you that real shit. This is why Afrocentrics is mad at Henry Louis Gates. This is why the conscious community don't have credentialed people on these panels. And there's thousands graduating from all these 50 state universities every year for the last 100 years. We have 100,000 scholars out here that you guys refuse to put on screen in the conscious community. You guys have really not even delved into dealing with one real Egyptologist on a panel. You get all the fake Egyptologists on your panels. Or you'll get some white folk who's Afrocentric friendly and want to cater to you. Okay, let's go on about Skip Gates. This nigga got a resume out this fucking world. Early life and education. Skip Gates was born in West Virginia to who? And he has a wife named Pauline, such and such. He grew up in a neighbor in Piedmont, in a neighboring Piedmont. His father worked where? In a paper mill and moonlighted as a janitor. He didn't grow up with no money. While his mother did what? Cleaned houses. He learned his family descended from Yoruba people of West Africa. He ain't telling you he ain't got no ancestors in Egypt. He's letting you know his people came from the Yoruba people in West Africa. Career. After a month at Yale Law School, he went to law school. Say thank you. Gates withdrew from the program. In 1975, he was hired by Charles Drew as secretary of the Africa. He was secretary of the African American Study Department at Yale. Delved in African American studies and was promoted. Um, he was promoted to associate professor in 1984. In 1984, this nigga was so cold-blooded, Gates was recruited by Cornell University with an offer of tenure. Gates asked Yale if they could match Cornell's offer, but they declined. Gates moved to Cornell in 1985, where he taught until 1989. Following a 2-year stay at Duke University, he was recruited to Harvard University in 1991. This nigga is like LeBron James being recruited to every goddamn where. At Harvard, Gates teaches undergraduate and graduate courses in the Alphonse Fletcher University professor. An endowed chair, he was appointed in 2006. Okay? I mean, on and on. He wrote books in 89 that won awards. Look, Gates has been the one who's been an outspoken critic of the Eurocentric literary canon. Yeah. He's been a critic of Eurocentrism. Did you guys tell everybody that? Nope. Because you wanted niggas to hate. He doesn't agree with separation and being a separatist. He's not a racist. Gates has argued that a separatist Afrocentric education perpetuates racist stereotypes. Gates argued that a separatist Afrocentric education perpetuates racist stereotypes. He is right, it does. I was just listening to Ngozi lecture telling people that Europeans is degenerate. Hold on, y'all. Hey, sweetheart. Maybe I'm live doing a live stream. Okay, bye. That was my girl. Right? It does. All the conscious community says caveman, the Neanderthal, all this racist bullshit in the conscious community. Because Afrocentrism and this separatist ideology done that. The white man's the devil. Oh, but you're not the devil. Only the white man's the devil. But the black man is God. All this shit is racist ideologies that separatism and this Afrocentric thought and teaching pushes. It's bullshit. I'm not a racist. Racism is bad. Hold on. I got a phone call, so it reset my shit. Hold on. Okay, let me get that live chat back. Okay. All right. So here we go. He was against all that racist bullshit, right? So, um, remember he was even arrested. This Cambridge arrest, right? Let's go to these awards and honors. Let's see one Afrocentric who can touch this man as far as his credentials and awards. Let's just see what he got. Right here. Awards and honors. Shit that Afrocentrics and conscious community hate. Credentials and awards and honors. Okay, Gates received numerous honorary degrees, including a Doctor of Letters from his alma mater, the University of Cambridge. Gates was named MacArthur Fellow in 1991. On April 1989, he was elected member of the American Antiquarian Society. In 1989, Gates won an Anne Selfield Book Award for editing the 30 volumes of the Schoenberg Library of 19th century black women. Don't Dr. Henry Clark always talk about the Schoenberg Library? Reggie always talking about the Schoenberg Library? Well, in 1899, Gates won an Ansfield Wolf Book Award for editing the 30 volumes of the Schoenberg Library of 19th century black women writers and brought that shit to y'all. Show some thanks. Bend the knee. In 1983, Gates was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. In 1985, he received the Golden Plate of the American Academy of Achievement presented by Awards Council member Quincy Jones. Black music even honors him. Okay? Gates was elected to the American Philosophical Society in 1995. He was listed at the time among its most 25 influential Americans in 1987. Not just 25 most influential African Americans, 25 most influential Americans. Ebony magazine listed him among the 100 most influential black Americans. They didn't list Asante, Molefi Asante. They didn't list these Afro-lion Afrocentrics. They listed Henry Louis Gates because Henry Louis Gates has been putting in work for a long time. Apologize, Brother Reggie, to Henry Louis Gates. Okay, Ebony magazine listed him as among its 100 most influential black Americans in 2005 and in 2009. Ebony included him on its Power 150 list. God damn, this boy got credentials. In 2022, the National Endowment for the Humanities selected Gates for the Jefferson Lecture, the U.S. federal government highest honor for achievement in the humanities, meaning he's a great humanitarian. Gates' lecture was entitled Mr. Jefferson and the Trials of Phillis Wheatley. It was the basis for his later book, The Trials of Phillis Wheatley, America's first black poet and her encounters with the founding fathers. He wrote about Phillis Wheatley, the America's very first black poet, not these other people. He gave y'all this African American history to the forefront. Gates received the National Humanities Medal in 1998. He was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Letters in 1999. I'm going on and on. Not one Afrocentric has anything close to the qualifications and credentials this man has. Sit the fuck down. He received the 2008 Ralph Lowell Award from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the highest honor in the field of public television. In October 23rd, 2006, Gates was appointed the Alphonse Fletcher Jr. University Professor at Harvard University. In January 2008, he co-founded The Root, a website dedicated to African American perspectives and published by the Washington Post Company. He loves you guys so much, he co-founded The Root, a website dedicated to who? African American perspectives. Show this man some fucking love and some respect. Just because he's not hotep hustling you and telling y'all all that garbage history and revised history, you guys didn't like him. Yep. Gates served as the chair. Hold on, let me turn this down. Gates served as chair for the selection committee of the Alphonse Senior Fellowship Program sponsored by the Fletcher Foundation, the philanthropic arm of Fletcher Assets Management. Nigga, he's been raising money for you African Americans in your education. Are you kidding me? These Afrocentrics has been taking your money to miseducate you. He's been getting money from white folk to help educate black folk. You guys are crazy. He is on the boards of many notable institutions, including the New York Public Library, American Repertory Theater, Jazz at Lincoln Center, the Aspen Institute, the Brookings Institution, the Studio of Museum of Harlem, the NAAC Defense and Educational Fund. The Harlem Educational Fund, out there in Harlem helping the Harlem Education Fund, while you niggas on 125th Street in Harlem taking money from niggas to miseducate them. Shut your mouth. Behavioral Sciences, located in Stanford, California. He's a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. In 2006, Gates was inducted into the Sons of American Revolution after tracing his lineage to John Redmond, a free American writer who fought in the Revolutionary War. 2010, Gates became the first African American to have his genome fully sequenced. He's into sequencing genome and teaching you guys about proper genetics. Come on, y'all. He is also half of the first, what does this say? Father-son paired to have their genomes fully sequenced. Nome performed the analysis as part of the Faces of America project. Gates' six-part PBS documentary series, The African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross, which he wrote, he produced, and hosted for your black ass. You ungrateful motherfuckers. He hosted, produced, and wrote documentaries on African American histories to the extent of no Afrocentric on the planet. No Afrocentric on the planet compares to the wisdom and the knowledge that Henry Louis Skip Gates have gave black Americans. Not even close. You guys have been disrespectful to the world of academia. Tell the truth. His six-part documentary, he got NAAC Image Awards for, a Peabody Award. In December 2014, Gates was announced as one of 14 recipients of a 2015 Alfred Ad DuPont Columbia University Award for his documentary series called African Americans Cross Many Rivers to Cross. I mean, this nigga's got documentaries after documentaries after documentaries on your history because he loves you and he wants you educated. These other niggas don't love you. They just want to take your money. In 2019, Gates received the Ann Izzard Storyteller's Choice Award for the annotated African American folk tales. He loves you guys folk tales. He loves you to be educated. He loves about literary work. He is helping African Americans with African American history unlike any man ever in the history of mankind. In 2020, Gates received I read that. Gates was awarded the 2019 Chicago Tribune Literary Award, an annual recognition for lifetime achievements. Okay? In 2020, Gates received the 400 Years of an African American History Commission's Distinguished 400 Award. In 2020, Gates was honored with the Louis Stokes Community Visionary Award. 2020, Gates received the Muhammad Ali Voice of Humanity Award. In 2020, Gates was named a Walter Channing Cabot Fellow by Harvard University. In 2022, Gates earned an NAACP Image Award nomination for Outstanding Literary Work notification. Cause you niggas ain't never came close to the work he's done. For his book Stony Road, Reconstruction, White Supremacy and the Rise of Jim Crow. He taught about white supremacy and the rise of Jim Crow. What do you mean he never wrote for you and clarified things for you? You niggas have lied on him and are liars about him. The book was also named one of the New York Times 100 Notable Books of 2019 and one of Time Magazine's 100 Most Reads of 2019. Must Reads of 2019. In 2021, Gates was a recipient of the Association for the Study of African American Life and Histories. In 2021, it's just so many credentials and awards this man has and has achieved that no Afrocentric on the planet has ever even gotten a quarter of. In 2021, Gates was honored by PEN America with this Audible Literary Award. 2021, Gates was named a corresponding fellow on the British Academy and elected to the Johnsonian Society. 2021, Gates received the PBS Beacon Award. God damn, that's powerful to me. PBS is an educational station, period. And you get a PBS Beacon Award? Oh, that means you are doing some serious education to Americans and black Americans. They would never give Molefi Asante a PBS Beacon Award. He pales in comparison to Henry Skip Gates Lewis. In 2021, Gates received the MIPAD 100 Network's Most Influential People of African Descent Lifetime Achievement Award. Meaning, but nigga, all of us niggas of African descent who came from Western Central Africa, he's been rewarded for putting in work for African Americans. In 2021, the Historical Society of Pennsylvania honored Skip Gates. Gates became the 7th recipient of the American Academy of Arts Sciences. You know what I mean? Gates received prestigious gold medal from the National Institution of Social Sciences. You know what I mean? Scholarly, the academic world, he's proved himself. He is tried and proven in the world of academia in the United States of America and abroad. Any of your Afrocentric teachers are skeptical, and when you read their shit, all you can see is he was scamming, we don't know if this is right, well, we don't know where he's from, well, he's said to not have a degree. It's a bunch of negative shit on Dr. Ben and all these other people. The goddamn library honored you. The Boston Public Library honored Skip Gates, right? Gates' web series, Black History in 2 minutes. How many web series he got to give you niggas for you niggas to bend the knee and thank him? Gates' web series, Black History in 2 minutes or so on, which he executive produces, right? Earned 5 Weeby Awards, including for Best Podcast, Documentary, and Best Video Series, Educational and Man, come on, man, stop! Stop the press! It's no comparison. What are you guys talking about? Is Afrocentrism dead? It's going on. It's on its last leg because of people like Henry Louis Gates and people like Chief X, who is intentionally trying to remodel this conscious community, remove the mold out the walls, and give them a better foundation and free them from this mental bondage that they're in, thinking that they're Egyptians and all these other people. I'm your fucking liberator. Bottom line, I'm a throwback. I ain't never switched up. I still have these old school values. Like when I was a kid sitting down watching Fat Albert, I still have them Bible Belt values that man should marry a woman and not a man marry a man. You niggas sold out for this liberal do anything kind of values and you cared about personalities over principles. You guys, the black conscious woke community who claim that they want to get back to African traditions are now voting for men to marry men. You're not old school like me. You fell off. Liberal, anything goes. I'm still with that conservative Bible Belt shit. I think a lot of you niggas need to get back in the goddamn church. My coffee cold as hell now. Take your black. You was better off in the black church. Your mama and your daddy, your aunties and the uncles and cousins and everybody loved you when you was at the black church. They think you're strange now. They think you niggas is crazy as fuck, and you are. Y'all think black church folk crazy. Nope, it's you niggas who's crazy. Black church still embrace scientific literacy. Conscious community is anti-science as fuck. Spooky as fuck. Conscious community got more crazy beliefs. Y'all believe in kundalinis and chakras and shit. The church only believe in Jesus. And that they may be saved and he may come. That's it. Other than that, they embrace all the science. Right? It's y'all. Y'all get to listen to Polite and shit. And Tariq Nasheed and shit, and you niggas get spaced out thinking you Egyptians and shit. You spaced out thinking 5G causes corona because you listen to these fuck niggas and shit. Y'all think you fucking Moors because Tariq had some idiot on his motherfucking Hidden Colors show and telling you this. Nigga, y'all all fucked up. Y'all, all your cult leaders got y'all fucked up. Nigga, y'all all wrong. The conscious community, Afrocentrism, and Pan-Africanism is a goddamn full-blown cult. And you niggas is in a cult. You niggas is cultish. And that's the bottom line. You need to change. Period. This is what you niggas need to do. And I jumped off. I wanted to play this video. People was on the Pseudo Killer show the other day. And hold up. 2 years ago, I exposed the SAR for pseudo linguistics, right? So they've been having this linguistics and meta-nature discussion for the last month. But I've been told these niggas Wujao is a fraud, SAR is a fraud, and you niggas is getting brainwashed with this pseudo Afrocentric linguistics and this pseudo Afrocentric meta-nature, and they're the arm of Afrocentrics who's tackling that food. It's an Afrocentric form of meta-netter, Afrocentric form of linguistics, which they call it got this covered, area covered, and the Afrocentrics got each area covered. And I said, nah, y'all better leave that shit alone. You're getting brainwashed. They didn't believe me. But now today, everybody's saying, yeah, I was sorry, it's a fraud. Everybody agrees with me all of a sudden today, right? And somebody yesterday on a live stream said the conscious community is dead. But he only realized this after the people he looked up to, named Asar and Wujaro, has been fully exposed now. Now, in his mind, he says the conscious community is dead. It is, son. And I helped kill it. I helped kill it, and it's dead, because now people have fell off. Sanetter knows my stance on the non-black Egypt. But he's even given up. The Amun-Ra squad is now saying that the ancient Egyptians are neither black nor white. I forced their hand on that. Team Osiris is on board. I forced these cats' hands. And let's just be real. I forced these cats' hands. right? Sinetta knows it, so he refused to have certain subjects. He knows that the other people have been flipped by Chief X and are claiming that they're neither black or white, but he doesn't want to talk about the subject no more because he knows it'll ruin his income and the. Once you get to talking about Egypt ain't black on Sonetta TV, everybody go get the message then. So Sonetta refused to do it. Sonetta used to always reply to when I made a video about him. Never failed. Today he won't reply. I've made 2, 3 videos. I said he gonna reply to this, exposing Sonetta. I'm calling Son. He won't expose or mention. He used to always, but today, he don't want nobody to see my shit or even know I'm challenging him or calling him out because I have destroyed Egyptomaniacs and the Hebrew Israelites in one swoop. The one swoop that gets them all is North Africa, the Levant, the Caucasus, Europe has never been indigenous to any black nappy headed people ever in the history of mankind. That dagger right there kills everybody. Sinetta don't want to deal with that dagger at all because it fucks off the Hebrew Israelites and fucks off the Egyptomaniacs because neither one of these two parties can point to you an Africoid or a Negroid tribe that was indigenous to North Africa, the Levant, the Near East, the Caucasus, or Europe. No man on earth can point to an indigenous Negroid or Negroid or black or nappy head people that ever were indigenous to any of them lands. That one question and one challenge kills fucking 5 birds with one stone because everybody is concentrated where? In that area where Bethlehem and Egypt is, right in that northwestern corner of Africa. The Moors, the 5 percenters, the Nation of Islam, the Nuwapians, Egyptomaniacs, Hebrew Israelites, everybody is focused on that one central area and none of them are for that. Chief X, why you add the 5 percenters, the Nation of Islam and the Moors to that shit? Because all them niggas are afflicted with Bible beliefs up out that area and they all claim to be Asiatics. Tell the truth. None of them spin-off cliques can escape this wrath either. Black Muslims, Wesley Muhammad, claiming that the Muslims in Saudi Arabia originally were black, he's thrown under the bus with this. The Hebrew, everybody in every spin-off clique and cult is thrown under the bus with that one challenge. That's why the conscious community has canceled and blackballed Chief X because Chief X went on the mission to do this because a lot of you niggas just show up late and ain't rewind this video and won't rewind the video because you love watching shit and reading books from the middle of the book and instead of the middle of the beginning of the book. But let me show you this one video when I made in 2020. It's almost 2023, and I set out to debunk the conscious community, and this was the start of it right here. The entire conscious community will be torn down and remodeled. From Sheikh Anta Diop to Dr. Ben, all the way down to the craziest young pharaoh. A lot of people will be in their feelings in 2021. Because I made this in 2020. It's almost 2023. And as you see, niggas, when I made Black Egypt Debunked, niggas, and then had a panel together after I made the video and discussed it, that's when that record was set. And they had a 25-hour long live stream on pseudo killers strictly about Chief X and his claims. Never in the history of the conscious community Has anyone ever had a 25-hour straight live stream except to come for Chief X? So when I made this shit 2.5 years ago and said niggas was gonna be in their feelings, that's exactly what the fuck they were. In their feelings and erratic and have been that way ever since. Let's go listen. Craziest young pharaoh. A lot of people will be in their feelings in 2021. They will be in their feelings more than they've been in their feelings at any time. I predicted this shit. And as you see, all kind of people fell out. Amin Ra Squad fell out with each other, broke up, and they broke up behind discussions of the nature I put down. It forced people to have discussions about different topics and then fall out while having discussions about them different topics. Whether it's meta netter, whether it's linguistics, ancient Egypt, who was what, all this video spawned was a fallout and niggas in their feelings. Chief X single-handedly broke up the Amin Ra Squad behind Black Egypt Debunked video. My reach was that powerful. I'm tearing it all down and remodeling it because it has mold in all the walls and it's no good anymore. We're rebuilding it on truth. The entire conscious community and its teachings have been a sham for 40 years. Strap on your seatbelt. Get ready. I said in 2019, I said strap on your seatbelt and get ready. It's been a ride ever since. Niggas have strapped on their seatbelts. It's been some emotional wrecks. It's been niggas going crazy. Groups is breaking up. Young Pharaoh then fell off. Polite got exposed. All kind of Afrocentrics got exposed. Dr. Ben got exposed. Sheikh Anta Diop got exposed. Renoka Rashidi, got exposed big time. Anthony Browder got exposed for showing fake and Dinkra symbols, and people lost trust. People don't trust the Amin Ra Squad founders no more. Everything went to shit in a handbag. Shit got flipped all upside down because Chief X shut this motherfucking shit down. Period. Let's go. A lot of niggas gonna be in their feelings, and I'm Chief X. I'm the cyber village chief, and you the frontline worker. I lay down the law. I love it. I love it. I lay down this law. I jump started and or inspired the change. Now, Soda, where's that comment at? Soda made this comment. Let me see. Something about people outside the conscious community been saying these things forever or something like that. Where's that comment at? And let me clarify because people are not listening to my videos and my claims. I can't find it. I was going to put it in a. Now I don't know if he's this is, but so what it says. Most black people who never even heard the conscious community believe the same thing as the conscious community. Yeah, because you got to understand the conscious community influenced most black people. When they get to send these memes on social media and niggas like the abos and then pop all them videos on TikTok, social media, and everybody they get influenced by niggas like Afrocentrics. And niggas like Molefi Asante shutting down, trying to shut down Skip Gates and act like Africans ain't had no hand in slavery. But people are waking up now because we removing these Afrocentrics and these uncredentialed teachers out the fucking way, and we putting the college student back on top of the world, right? So I always tell people, of course, the world of academia has been arguing against a black Egypt way before me. And they've had certain arguments against Afrocentrics way before me. I always say my context is the context as I started off this video. I'm talking about the people in the conscious community, or we consider the conscious people. I was the first person in the conscious community to go against Black Egypt. The world of academia has always done it. And I've sided with the world of academia to bring academia back into the fold as king. Science is undefeated. Academia and real scholars is who we should be listening to. So I'm trying to bring academia back into the conscious community to correct falsehoods. You get what I'm saying? So I'm the first in the community to try to clarify and tear this shit down and rebuild it under the proper foundation of academia and college students. Who should be your teacher is a real college professor. This is why I used to say things like, you guys no longer have to listen to people like Anthony Browder and all these so-called elders and all these fake niggas channels and the fake flat earther dude and shit. You know what I mean? All these fuck niggas and shit. You know what I mean? Every college university has a YouTube channel where they present information on any subject you want. You can go straight to a college professor and PhD and get your knowledge. You don't have to go to Leroy, who living out of somebody's garage in Baltimore, to get your knowledge. You don't have to go to Craig in Atlanta, who's running his mouth. You can go straight to the world of academia yourself. But hey, that shit's boring to y'all. Most of the conscious community is not concerned with history at all. They are not concerned with history. Listen to what I'm telling you. Let me tell you something. 85%, and it's this high, of the so-called conscious community is not concerned with history and can care less. They are, or I would have a lot of followers because I'm against the grain, nigga. Okay? If they were concerned with a lot of shit they believe and someone killing it or debunking it and giving you a new angle or against the grain angle, I would have a channel for, but they don't care. The conscious community only cares about memes because social media has people are meme educated now. They care about memes or only history that glorifies them and tells them they're something that they're not. Outside of memes and history that glorifies and kisses your ass, they don't give a fuck and don't want to hear it. You have to understand that. I'm all day, every day on Facebook listening to somebody make some claims, and here I'll shoot them a presentation that totally destroys it, and they will never watch the presentation. They prefer that meme. They don't care because my presentation and my history is not glorifying them to make them feel sexy. My shit is raw truth. And black Americans hate raw truth. They hate accountability. Sundiata Jalil says Skip Gates wants us to focus on slavery in the Americas. He rarely tells us to focus on West Africa. Very little use. Sundiata, I just so let me just clear up what Sundiata is saying. Now, Sundiata may be into West Central African history. I don't know. But from if I can believe from seeing some of your posts, you also are an Egyptomaniac also, or used to be. I don't know. This is just what I'm saying. So you want to remove. You don't like Skip Gates, so you want to shoot a negative on him instead of giving him props for what he's done for African Americans. This is what you want to say. Skip Gates wants us to focus on slavery in the Americas. He rarely tells us to focus on West Africa. Very little use. So Sundiata Jelly is telling you, just like the Afrocentrics is telling you, Skip Gates is of no use. He has to do that because he wants you to think that a person like Ashwa Kwesi is of use. Because Ashwa Kwesi tells you your ancestors are Egyptians and you guys rule the world. This is what he prefers. They make my point all the time. He's saying Skip Gates is of no use because he teaches African American history specifically. I told you that's what Henry Louis Gates was about. Literary arts, poetry, African American history. Because African American history is different than African history. We have to start letting Ghanaian people teach Ghanaian history. Let Nigerian people teach Nigerian history and tell you what's up. Because you guys fuck it up. Let Kenyan historians and Kenyan PhDs teach Kenyan history. Kenyan history and Nigerian history are two different things. Are you guys listening? So, Henry Louis Gates never told anyone he specializes or has a PhD in African history. He doesn't. His degree is in American history, African American history. So he stays in his lane and teaches African American history. I'm an African American. Everyone listen to me as African American. We need African American history. So, your history, just like I started in the beginning, if you had seen the beginning, you wouldn't have made that comment. Our history in America simply begins with slavery. This is something people don't want to admit. African American history begins with slavery. If Skip Gates is a scholar of African American history, he is only to be talking about African American history and slavery because that's part of our history and that's his specialty in his lane. You get it? Now, if you want him to talk about something else, then you may need to go to a different type of scholar. This is what I mean. See, the conscious community has to stop doing this. I'm a multi-genius nigga. I'm not no multi-genius. I'll tell you right now, I don't know shit. I know more than the layman. But when you're talking about scholarship and deep shit, just really serious, I don't know shit about ancient Egypt. People think I do, just because I apply common sense to common sense history. I just know the basics. I couldn't tell you what dynasty was what and who was ruled what dynasty. I can't compile that shit. No, I don't know. I can't break down the COVID vaccine and what's in the vaccine and the purpose of the vaccine and vaccines and certain science. I don't try to be a multi-genius like these other niggas do. People need to stay in their lane. The conscious community acts like they're multi-genius. Oh, we can teach on. We're not even Mesoamericans, but we're teaching about Mesoamerican history. We're gonna listen to black folk tell you about Olmecs instead of listening to a real Mesoamerican scholar who needs to be Latino. Instead of listening to a real Mesoamerican scholar, we choose Ivan Van Sertima or Runoko Rashidi, a black American. We fuck up when you do that. You're going to a subpar teacher over an expert, and that's how you fuck up. The Mesoamerican teacher would be the expert, and if you had to listen to him, you wouldn't be thinking that the Olmec heads are African heads. You only think that because you're listening to a black American tell you about Mesoamerican history. Never listen to a black American tell you about the Shanghai dynasty. Why don't you just go to a person who knows Chinese or Japanese history to tell you about Chinese and Japanese history? Why would you go to a black American? Because you're biased and racist. That's why. Racism makes you biased and makes you miseducate your own goddamn self. So Skip Gates is in his lane talking American history and slavery. Slavery was part of African American history. It jumps off with slavery. So there's nothing else for him to talk about except American history and slavery, which you are a part of. He never claimed to be an African history scholar. He's only an African American history scholar. You get it? So don't throw him away just because you want to steal another person's history and claim they shit. And he's right about this. Gates taught more on sub-Saharan African history than Afrocentrics do. He got you every which way you're going. You just don't like the information he's giving you. You prefer the fairy tale. You prefer the glorify you history over the reality. Don't tell us we practice the slave trade in Africa. No, that's going to make us seem like we're just as wicked as white people. Oh, well, nigga, you know the truth. You need to be free. What did Carter C. Goodson say? But Gates taught more on sub-Saharan African than Afrocentrics. The documentary is Wonders of the African World and Africa's Great Civilizations are classics, along with the book one. See? Ah! Damn it! But wait, Carter C. Goodson is a man. Look, but you don't even like him talking about that because he's not talking about ancient Egypt. He always deals in African American history and some history of where you come from and some of those great empires. Oh, he's got documentaries on certain great empires in West Africa. While you guys 90% is in Egypt, he's in African American history and West African history. Period. The history you niggas don't want. And this is a problem. I'm so glad for Carter C. Goodson. Teach! No. See, so you're mixing what I'm saying. You can't change my narrative. I understand what you're... I'm sitting here listen, bro. When I started this video, I told you where we from. My hat says this. Our heritage is West Africa. But we are African Americans. We know we came from West Africa. You're missing my point. I'm saying, listen to my words, African Americans. That's one of people. History starts with slavery. African American history and African history are two different things. I know we confuse the terms, but I'm trying here to straighten it out for you. We didn't begin. Well, if you want to go deep into that, even before coming over here as African Americans, we came from a slave caste. Most African Americans here was in a slave caste there. Listen, all them slaves in Zinga captured, slave caste. All them slaves this lady told you about in this book was a slave caste in Ghana. We got here from a slave caste. It don't sound good, so you don't want it. But it's the reality, right? Now, of course, we were normal people in West and Central Africa. We wasn't just slaves and shit. As Central Africa has their own history. Of course, we know that no one is claiming that we just started off as slaves in West Central Africa. Only here. So you have to separate African history from African American history. Period. What you say you don't? No, I'm not saying you. I'm talking to the audience as a whole, and I was using Ashwar Kwesi as an example to make a point to the audience, not specifically for you. Okay, so I'm saying a person prefer to listen to Ashwar Kwesi over listening to Skip Gates, and Skip Gates is 20 times more intelligent than Ashwar Kwesi, but they prefer the subpar teacher rather than the supreme teacher who tells the truth. Because Kwesi glorifies you and tells you that you're something sexy, which was the ancient Egyptians and shit like that. So people love Kwesi but hate the more experienced, more intelligent, more credentialed, more awarded person named Skip Gates. Do you see what I'm saying? If you feel a certain way about Skip Gates and feel a certain way about Ashwar Kwesi, it's a reason. Someone manipulated your mind to have these feelings about these two people differently. This is deep right here. Carter C. Goodson, he said, I always say we were rejected and sold by Africans, bought by Europeans, mistreated by Americans, but we survived and created a new culture that everybody is influenced by. That's deep, and I agree. It's deep. Look, and this is true too. In those documentaries, he dropped gems on Nubia instead of focusing on Egypt. I've caught that before. People don't even caught that. Because he knows at least the Nubians are nappy-head black people. Even though they're not us, and they have nothing to do with us, we are not Nubians. We don't descend from Nubians. They're a whole different people. Just like a Chinese and an Iranian is two different people. Same thing as a Nubian and a West African is two different people. But at least he's recognizing a Nubian as a nappy-head black, but Egyptians may not be. Right? Now, Volta says Ashwar Kwesi is a treasure. Now, he's no more of a treasure than Henry Louis Skip Gates. In fact, let me tell you, hold on. I know Ashwar Kwesi way better than a lot of you cats. Ashwar Kwesi, let me just show you this. People don't understand. This is the history. Let me teach you. Volta may be young and don't get it. Volta, I was back in the 1992s up out here with Ashwar Kwesi. Let me show you something. Hold on. Let me go here. Hold on. Let me just say something. People crazy. Oh man. Look here. This is me and Ashwar Kwesi, right? At this time, I had locks, right? I was down with Crazy. I was down with everything he's teach. I was part of the cult of Egyptomaniacs, right? Ashwar Crazy is from Los Angeles. I'm from LA. You see, I had the style. See my belt look. I got the X on my belt look like the little OG gangsters used to do and shit. You know what I mean? Ashwar Crazy is from Los Angeles. His best buddy at the time, Mathu Attar, is my teacher. Ashwar Crazy now lives in Dallas, but he moved to Dallas from Los Angeles. Can't nobody tell me about Ashwar Crazy and what he teach. Ashwar Crazy, before there was even a YouTube, I was at his debate when he debated Pastor Colin Ackridge. You niggas never seen a debate online before I did, and it was between Pastor Colin Ackridge of West Angeles Church of God in Christ and Ashwar Kwesi. He tore that pastor up. So I thought back then. So every lecture he's done, I've been at in LA since the 90s. I know exactly what he teach. And he only teaches, he don't teach African history. He don't teach African American history. He only teaches North African history, specifically ancient Egyptian history. He teaches Caucasoid history only. He does not teach anything about black history, anything about African American history. He teaches Caucasoid history, which is the ancient Egyptians, who were Caucasoid people. So people can call him a treasure. I loved his teachings back then. I loved his spirit, the way he went about them. I loved his lectures. But that's when I was at a point where I was in the cult and brainwashed. Let me show you his buddy who started new. What is his group? It was called New. Um, 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 um. As you can see, this post was 7 years ago at Crash Unity Center. But let me show you something else. Hey, that's my boy D Bags. We at Crash Unity Center. What's up, D Bags? If you listening. Wait a minute. Let me find this post. Right here. See, this is Mathu Attar. Some of y'all know him. If you go on YouTube, and put in Mathu Attar, you'll know that Mathu Attar and Ashwar Kwesi was brothers, and they jumped off with Ashwar Kwesi's. What's the name of his company? New something. NU something. They started that together, but he kind of fell off. Mathu Attar is not kind of he's not as outgoing. He's more of an introvert. He's more quiet. He's not all into attention. So a lot of people on the East Coast and the South don't even know Mathu Attar. Mathu Attar knows ancient Egypt better than all these people, and nobody even knows him. This was my teacher. This is me and Mathu Attar back in the day. This was 9 years. This was 10 years ago. You see, I had the RBG rag on. That's my nigga Mathu, right? And right here, this is a briefcase Mathu Attar's. I posted this. My teacher, you see right here, says. Let me blow it up, see if you can see. Oops. Let me make it smaller. Oops, let me make it smaller. Right there. My teacher, Mathu Attar's briefcase. That shit fly. So Mathu Attar was my approach to this shit 10 years ago. When I was fucking with Ashwa Kwesi and back in the day when he was doing lectures and debates and shit, wasn't no Sonnet around doing no debates. I go way back. That's a cold-blooded beef briefcase. That's leather. That's how hardcore black folk was trying to steal Egypt even in them days. They made these niggas black. And I was trying to get his briefcase because I loved it. This motherfucker cold. That shit leather if you can't see. I'm clear on what teaching. So if you consider teaching Caucasoid history to black Americans a treasure, then you can go. In hindsight, I'm saying. Oh, there you go. Sundiata said it. Thank you, Sundiata. You said something right today. Where Kemet New Productions. Yeah, that jumped off with Mathuatar, my teacher, in Ashwa Kwesi. Ashwa Mathu is not Ashwar's student; they're peers, meaning they're equal. But Mathu is sharper than Ashwa Kwesi. You know why? Because my teacher Mathu was an actual, real architect in real life. Watch, and he taught on Egypt from a different angle. Most people ain't seen this. Watch this. Let me show you something. What you doing? Let me show you. Here you go. I've been telling people forever. Well, listen, watch this. This is Mathuatar in the 90s. And you know the title of this? Pause. You know the title of this lecture? Mathuatar, it says Egyptian temple, mother of the Christian church. Egyptian temple, mother of the Christian church. Right? Pause. Wait a minute.
In the name of our ancestors, I'd like to thank all of you for coming out tonight to be.
So, what I'm trying to tell you is basically, I've sat at the foot of these men and know where they're coming from. Me and Mathu had a stroke 3 years ago. I meant to take, we were supposed to go, I was going to treat him to the movies and just take him out. You know what I mean? He's recovered now. You understand me? Um, but him and Ashwa Kwesi are direct students of Dr. Ben. Direct, not indirect. They went on the first tours of Egypt with him. I'm very clear on what all these people and brothers taught for years. This was before the conscious community. This was before the online community. I've always been there. Now, uh, um, what was my? You know, I'm not going to go there, but I just want to show you my teacher Mathuatar, and the reason why Mathuatar is deeper than most because he's a full-blown, qualified, credentialed architect who used to do architecture on churches. So Mathu knows how to is a person who was into Imhotep. Imhotep is known as the first architect, the first multi-genius. So he breaks down Imhotep like nobody else in his architectural genius. And he breaks down the temples and how they're built better than anybody. In the 90s, he was doing this. If you listen to his lectures in the 90s, they will blow you away. I don't know why people don't play Mathuatar's lectures from the 90s. You can learn so much. especially in that architecture, the church. Um, he'll have layout plans of some of the pyramids and some of the temples and how, because he's an architect, so he understands that from a real perspective. Like my granddaddy was a bricklayer for real, right? So we call them people like him, architects, and my grandfather who's a bricklayer, we call them operative masons, right? They in real, you're an operative mason. Stonework, right? Building, architecture. These are operative masons in real time, right? My granddaddy is a legend all in Compton and Carson. It's so much brick and stone work he's done on people's homes and shit. He's an operative mason, a stone builder. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what it was. Kemet New Productions, right? And this was, and what I, hold on. What I'm showing you was the early stages of Kemet New Productions, right? And him and Ashwar Kwesi in the 90s was kicking shit together. They went on the first tours and they started Kemet New Productions, right? My teacher did. And, but he kind of fell off and let Ashwar Kwesi do his things. So, me and Ashwar Kwesi is familiar with me, right? He's very familiar with Chief X. I sat up under him for fucking years. Before, hold on, let me just write that again. Like, what was I gonna say? Um, I forgot my damn point. Oh, this is me. As on the right, it says at the lecture helping. Excuse me. On the right, I don't know if you guys can read this, but it says at the lecture early, helping Ashra Kwesi set up and picking his brain. I was in the nigga's face picking his brain, and I would go to the lectures he would do in L.A. I would show up hours before the goddamn lecture and help the nigga set up. So this is me right here before the lecture. It's nobody in the place, and I'm helping him set up, and I'm picking his brain, asking him questions. I can call Ashra Kwesi my teacher, but I only call Mathuatar my teacher because I was closer to Mathuatar. And me and Mathuatar actually hung out. I just attended Ashra Kwesi's lectures all the goddamn time because he was from LA. So my teachers really, if I wanted to, hey, my teacher, is Ashra Kwesi, Mathuatar, and Steve Coakley. Steve Coakley from LA. Steve Coakley, I know him good. I used to fuck when Steve Coakley was sick before he died and he was at the nursing home. Me and the girl at the nursing home who took care of Steve Coakley was fucking. And she was the one taking care of Steve Coakley. She used to tell me how crazy Steve Coakley was and shit in the nursing home and shit. But, so Steve Coakley, Mathuatar, and Ashra Kwesi are my teachers. I literally sat up under them for years out here in Los Angeles. I go way back. I'm very clear about the conscious community and the people in it. Yeah, Donnie Williams. Sometimes I switch up on him. I'll switch up on a nigga. I'm very versatile. One day I might look like a gangster. I might look like a blood or crip. One day I might look like a surfer, like I'm from the valley and shit. One day I'm looking like a square. I might have some glasses. I used to wear these glasses on job interviews. I said these are my interview glasses. Right? So I would look like a nerd or a square when I go in the job interview, and I would always get the job. I take jobs. I've never been unemployed longer than 3 weeks in my entire life. If I go on an interview, I'm getting the job because I'm taking the job. I'm going to tell you why you're going to hire me and why you need to hire me. As a 15, 16, 17-year-old kid, I was like that. But anyway, I used to call them interview glasses. And I put the glasses on, they were square, but they be clear glasses. They're not like prescription glasses. But people didn't know, and I put them glasses on for my interview, and I look like a square and a nerd. I have all kind of looks, bro. I'm versatile. I'll fit into any crowd. I can go in Watts right now. I can go in Compton and hang with the thuggiest of thugs and shit if I want to, and throw on that chameleon suit, right? Like hold on. Like he was a chameleon, right? Look at this book, chameleon. This is the story of W.D. Fahar. And it's not a book out here that can break down the history and the life of Master Fard Muhammad more than this book called Chameleon, and nobody's read it. Can't tell me shit about Master Fard Muhammad. No Nation of Islam member can tell me shit about Master Fard Muhammad that I don't know myself or better than them. So a lot of people, even talking about the Nation of Islam and Master Fard Muhammad, like I know that shit better than all them cats. I've stood in the front of the house that Master Fard Muhammad used to own right here in Los Angeles. So I can be a chameleon at times. So sometimes I have different looks, Donnie Williams. What's up, Rashonda, with your little fine ass? Look at Rashonda's fine ass. Right. So let me just go through these comments. I may have one more point to make in this presentation. I've been on here for a long time. But what do they say? Afrocentrists are crazy, insecure, thieving wannabes, and they think we won't notice. We also need restoration projects. 80% of the Kano city walls are gone. The Benin city walls are used as protected by Cameroon. Oh, I think they're talking about um, Dr. Henry Louis Gates documentaries he's had. He's had documentaries on stuff in West Africa. So just explain it. Thank you, Sundiata and Larry Flynn. Hey, Sundiata, sometimes I'm be harsh, but I appreciate you coming on my live stream and participating in the chats. Most people are even scared to make a comment in Chief X chat because they don't want other people to think that they're down with me or believe me. This is how I got niggas on the edge that goddamn much. That they're scared to even comment in my chat for fear of other people thinking they like me or down with me. Um, okay, I may not have understood you. Like sometimes, Sundiata, I don't be reading the comments when I'm going on a mission. I'm talking. I'll read them a little later when I get time. But sometimes I'll glance and see one. So that's why I'm going through them now. So if I'm a little harsh sometimes, excuse me. I just be in my passion sometimes. So apologies if I've ever been harsh or said something crazy or insulted you or knocked your knowledge. You seem pretty knowledgeable. I'm putting these brothers' comments up here, so maybe somebody can take heed. You know what I mean? Sundiata, you're one of the few I heard speak knowledgeably on Dahomey. Most Afrocentrics don't know about Benin. Robin Law is a top scholar on Dahomey, but Afrocentrics focus on Egypt. Yeah, 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 yeah. I gotta look into Robin Law. I don't know who Robin Law is. So Sundiata, I've had seen you. You've made a lot of brilliant comments, and you seem pretty knowledgeable. Now, let me do this. Now I put in the chat the link. And respect to you. I'm just going to apologize if I said anything foul to Sundiata. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I make look at the chat, but I'm not getting full context because I haven't read uh, 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 certain comments before that comment. So I may look at a comment, take it all out of context since I'm just talking. So I apologize if I got on you or said something. Sundiata's an intelligent person. Let me just go through a few comments. Hey, what's up, Unbiased? Yeah, so bottom line, and my nigga Unbiased Talks. Go subscribe to Unbiased Talk sometime, Chef. He got a low membership or low subscriber, but Unbiased Talk be having some good conversations. He just be in his own world. I think people should subscribe to him. Let's subscribe to Unbiased Talk. Um, so I put the link in the chat. People are welcome to come on. Let me pin it. Oops. I pinned it. But here's the thing. These Afrocentrics will go on everybody's platform to debate them, argue back and forth, talk about something they disagree with. They won't come here and do that shit. Because, first of all, I'm not putting out any fake or false information. I'm saying some shit that's real. So they'll find it hard to debunk the shit I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying? They can argue with each other, and they can argue without me on the platform about my claims, but they'll never come over here with that bullshit. Is Wujao here? I didn't see Wujao, but Chef and L is in the house. I didn't see. You know what? This has been a great discussion. I hope you've seen it from the beginning, Chef, because the last 30 minutes I just been talking shit. But Wujao need to come up on here because we were supposed to have a discussion about Mediterraneanism in ancient Egypt, strictly about that. But Wujao flaked and said, "Nah, I don't want to have that discussion live with Chief X in front of nobody." So it's only two channels that my comments can be seen in if I comment or talk, and that's Jonathan Owens or Wujao. Everyone else is sorry. Everybody else, everybody Sudoku, even Sudoku. My comments cannot be seen, and nothing I say can be seen. Only on Jonathan Owens can it be seen, because Jonathan Owens welcomes the smoke. Jonathan Owens, but in a way, but if he posts a link, I can hit that link and come on, or I can comment. People can see my comment. Everyone else has made sure I'm invisible. I even went to not Masai, Kofi Pi Side TV, and made a comment. And the way you know your comments can't be seen that you've been blocked, you hit your comment, and because it give you the choice to remove your comment or not. I can't remove my comment on Kofi Pi Side, meaning he blocked me. But I think Kofi recently blocked me because I asked a question on one of his books, on one of his videos in the community section about one of his books. He recently wrote a book on Mandingo and the slave trade and stuff in Africa. And I only asked, hey, Kofi, did you mention anything about indigenous slavery in your book? Or are you putting 100% on Europeans? He might have not liked that comment and blocked me. I don't know. But I didn't used to be blocked on Kofi's. But now I'm blocked on Kofi's. I don't know. What the fuck? Oh, Kofi didn't block me? Well, I don't know, cause now I'll tell this. Uh, maybe one of his moderators did, maybe not. But I do know, Chevron, when you guys released everybody, I got blocked again, and I know CK did it. Now, also, two people was on the pseudo killers channel yesterday saying that they were blocked and possibly blocked by women's out the server chat. Chevron, maybe you don't know. I've been telling y'all this for years. I'm telling you, one of the mods didn't do it, didn't. But I'm telling you, it's two people. But it's two other people who, or even not on your platform, who've gotten kicked out of the Discord. And CK is kicking good people out the Discord. I even came in the Discord, I told you, under another name, Sheffrey. Under another name. And again, under another name. Just as recently as last week and this way, and I was kicked out because I made some comments disagreeing with CK. And there's no way she knew that was Chief X. She blocked me because I disagreed with some feminist comments she made. And what it was, I'm telling you, CK is blocking niggas and kicking niggas out the chat on your pseudo killers channel and on the Discord, and you guys are not knowing. Good people, that's not even me. As if long as they, because she only wants yes men around. I'm telling you. But some people she can't block because they're known. She'll only block a newer person or someone who's not known in the Discord and because it's like she wants the chat or the Discord to be only yes people who agree with her. If you disagree with CK in the Discord, Chevron, she's blocking them. I'm telling you that. You can believe it or not. I'm telling you what's happening. So somebody needs to give CK a lecture to stop blocking all these people just because they disagree. Unless you guys just want a panel of yes, not a panel of yes men, but a Discord of yes men, CK's gonna get them out of there. I'm telling you, and not tell you guys she removed them. What else? Let me see if I left out something. We went over how Molefi Asante said, and I showed you guys that um, that our history, African history and culture, begins in ancient Egypt. That's false. We showed you his first letter in 1999, right here where I have highlighted, where he comes for Henry Louis Gates, and the entire Afrocentric community came for Henry Louis Gates, and this is why black folk don't like him today because they salted him up, and they came for Henry Louis Gates because he just said that there were some chiefs in Africa who was complicit in the transatlantic slave trade, and that's why Molefi Asante only calls it the European slave trade because he doesn't want to implicate any Africans or any African chiefs, and he doesn't want the information to go out that Africans had a hand in the Atlantic slave trade. So he simply calls it European slave trade. He doesn't want to call it the Atlantic slave trade. He said that several times. I'm trying to give you some history of Molefi Asante. Slow down, I got you, okay? So Molefi Asante jumps off this Egypt stuff just along with the other godfathers of Afrocentrism, which are called Diop and Dr. Ben. Okay? So we spoke about this other letter right here he wrote and talks about Henry Louis Gates is wrong about the Africans' involvement in the slave trade. No, Henry Louis Gates is not wrong, Dr. Molefi Kete Asante. You are. Henry Gates is on point. You just don't like that he's teaching truth. We went over Henry Gates Wikipedia right here and all these achievements. You see this shit? As much as I'm scrolling right here is all the listings of all this man's achievements and credentials. It's fucking crazy how much credentials he got. Go to Wikipedia and look at it's just going on and on and on and on and on and on and look on and on and on. Look at his honors and awards. It's fucking sick. No Afrocentric, no Egyptomaniac can compare to the honors and awards and credentials that Henry Louis Gates got. We went through that for those of y'all who late. We went over listening to Molefi Kete right here, lie on video, and say Africans played absolutely no role, and it was no form of slavery before the white man and the European, and we busted him out with Akua, the Ghanaian scholar, telling you he's wrong, and yes, we sold people in slavery before the white man. Okay, we done all this. Okay, for the Aussie who's late. We went over here. Oh, this is what we didn't do. It says right here a better understanding of chattel slavery. Now, let's do this real quick and then we're going to end this. Hold on. Let me go back to my girl here. Let me just find the point she says it. Hold on. Don't move. Don't you move. And we're going to end this shit. But you got the, what point is it? Okay, let's start.
Ghanaian tradition is a person. A slave in our Ghanaian tradition is a person who has been bought in cash or kind. This is the first definition.
Pause. She says a slave in their Ghanaian tradition is someone who's been bought and sold by cash or kind. Now, she also goes further. Let me play that so we can be clear. We're going to clear this chattel slavery issue up. Just listen and slow down with me. We're about to end this shit. Hold on 1 second.
Kings refer to have territory, but not as much as a king. So in Ghana or in Africa, we all, make a difference between a king who has a kingdom and a chief who has a chiefdom. They are not the same size, and they don't all have the same power. So either way, those are where that is the number one, and then the other ones are in kind or in cash. In some of the work I did in the archives, I was surprised to realize that in some court cases or disputes, somebody will say, "Can you please keep quiet, you slave? When your ancestors came here, they were bought with bananas." So that is the kind. In other words, cash.
Pause. She said they bought them with bananas and cowrie shells. These are Africans buying other Africans for slaves before the white man. Hold on.
At that time was cowries. If you had the number of cowries, you could buy maybe a certain number of slaves per person. But if you didn't have cowries, you could also use bananas, foodstuffs to exchange for the slave. So the war captives are number one. Then the cowries, shells are number two. And then sometimes, because you don't have cash, it can be foodstuffs. You're a big farmer. You have a lot of plantain. You can take them to the slave market and buy a slave. And in my work, I discovered there were over 60 slave markets in Ghana. So in my thesis and in my book, I've given pictures and I've even drawn a map on the slave routes in Ghana.
Her thesis, because she's a professor at Ghana universities over the archives department, oral and written records, she knows it all.
And also in terms of the markets that were available for you to go and buy
60 slave markets, she said, in her country of Ghana.
a slave, depending on your need. If you needed a few, 3 or 4 people to help you domestically in your home, you could go and buy 3 or 4.
Now, Bob, pause. Pause. Pause this motherfucking shit now. She said out of her mouth, and we're going to relate this to chattel slavery because you guys say it wasn't chattel slavery. But when I define chattel slavery, it says just what she said. She said they bought them. Now, they may not have money, as in a dollar bill like we had, so they used bananas and cowrie shells as a form to purchase and buy a slave. So they bought a slave and sold a slave, and she said they used them for domestic purposes in their homes to do work. Now, let's see what chattel slavery means. It says better understanding of chattel slavery right here. Various forms of human bondage still exist in our world today. So, um, let's go down and see. Hold on. This is about chattel slavery, but we're going to get this right. Hold on, I just highlighted it. Okay, here we go. The status of chattel slaves. The word chattel is akin to the word cattle. Chattel, cattle, chattel, cattle. Okay? In fact, both words share common origin in medieval Latin and Old French. Right? The word capital comes from the same root. Capital, chattel, cattle, cattle, chattel, capital. Interesting. Now, chattel slavery means that one person has total ownership of another. When they bought a slave in Ghana prior to the white man, the person who bought him has ownership of that other person when that other person is a slave. There are two basic forms of chattel, forms of chattel, domestic chattel, and with menial, just what she said, domestic chattel with what? Menial household duties. Domestic chattel with menial household duties and productive chattel working in the fields and the mines. Stop it. So, if you're saying that in Africa they didn't practice chattel slavery, you're wrong. It's telling you right here that they bought them. One person had ownership of them. They went to a slave market to buy them. A person took them to the slave market to sell them. And it says domestic chattel with menial household duties. She told you that they used them in their household for duties. And this one says what? Working in the fields and or mines. She also tells you, stop. In this book and in different videos, it says the mines. Who mined the gold that was sold to Europeans? Indigenous slavery. It's all in this book. All that gold that they was mining, even in Nubia, the Nubians, that gold that they was given to Caucasian white folk Egyptians was mined by black Nubian slaves. Just like in Ghana, the Gold Coast was mined by slaves, and that is the meaning of chattel slavery according to chattel slavery meaning. They're working in the fields and the mines. That's what she said, right? And they were bought and sold. How isn't it chattel slavery? Okay, so the volume was low when I played the video. Okay, I get it. Oh, thanks. So, the lady was saying that they bought slaves and they used them for domestic household duties. That's chattel slavery. I'm not sure why we want to try to excuse it and argue about the type of slavery, and we act like it was worse here and it probably was worse in America. But like again at the beginning of the video, I'm not sitting here like most people in denial and trying to have some competition on whose slavery was worse than the other person's slavery. I say all slavery is bad and wrong, and they're all bad. Whether you're a domestic servant for somebody who bought you in Africa, or whether you're a domestic servant working in the kitchen for somebody who bought you in America, you're a fucking servant and a slave. I also showed that rape of slaves went down in Africa more prevalent than it went down in America. And Africans was raping their slaves and sleeping with underage girls that they took on and brought on as wives. All throughout the genocide in Rwanda, 250,000 to 500,000 women were raped in the genocide in Rwanda. They were all raped by black Africans, Rwandians raping their own. Stop with the moral competition. You don't have a leg to stand on. Them caraway shells were currency in Africa at the time, and they used caraway shells, bananas, or different foods. If somebody was a farmer, he had goods and shit, and they used that shit to go to slave markets and purchase slaves for themselves. Even in this book, she said there were times where the slave trade ramped up when Europeans got there. And then there were times where, just say, for instance, in this book it said, just say for instance, I'm kicking it with my homie. This is my best friend. But we and my best friend get into a fucking argument and we start fighting. Bam, 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 bam. And we start fighting. And I kick his ass. Or he kicks my ass. Now we're mad at each other. It's times when niggas would handcuff a motherfucker, tie a motherfucker up, and they had a dispute between brothers, and he would take that motherfucker to a slave market to be sold because he was pissed at the motherfucker, and he didn't give a goddamn no more. He sold his own best friend into slavery. Shit like that was happening. Internal wars or external wars. It's all in here. They would just raid and gangbang on somebody just to collect captains of war. And these motherfuckers wasn't even fucking with them. They just needed some money. They just wanted to hustle. They just wanted some of that fucking whiskey and shit and alcohol them white boys had for their ass. They wanted a musket or two. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Bro, to my understanding, I don't care what people are saying, it was chattel slavery in Africa and in America. If chattel slavery by them definitions and by what that scholar said, that's chattel slavery. Baby, I forgot about that, Carter C. Goodson. Henry Louis Gates actually spoke to chiefs and descendants in the documentary. When I keep thinking about it a little more, Henry Louis Gates even teach West African history more so than these Egyptomaniacs and these Afrocentrics. You can't beat him. Now when I think deeper about it, right? So, oh, you're making me think deeper because I forgot about them documentaries he did on some African kingdoms. Right now, let me just go through here and make sure I haven't forgot or left out anything. Um, I really, I really want to hear this brother Reggie's, who they call Dr. Reggie, brother Reggie's opinion on this Afrocentric Molefi Asante thing. Because Brother Reggie can't stand Molefi Asante. But his reasons is because Molefi don't glorify African history. His reasons is because, excuse me. Yeah, his reason, did I say that backwards? Is because Skip Gates don't glorify ancient Egypt. And he puts you right in your place what you was. And he lets you know, yep, African chiefs had a hand in the slave trade. And that's the initial thing all Afrocentrics got mad at him about. Reggie don't like him for these reasons. But I want to talk to Reggie about this. You don't like him because he told the truth. That's the reality. Reggie has been co-signing Egyptomaniacs forever. He only changes. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. I need to go back to this video on Sonetter's TV. Reggie only changes when the cat's out the bag and he's forced to be honest. Other than that, Reggie has helped Afrocentrics lie for decades. When something gets exposed, then all of a sudden here's Reggie hopping on the exposed bandwagon. Reggie been knowing that Asar and Woudrao was kicking pseudo linguistics, some pseudo metanatter. He's been knowing this years ago before I even exposed them. But he wouldn't say nothing because they're in line with what he's been down with, which was his Egyptomaniac Afrocentrism. He only jumping on the bandwagon calling them out now because they've been fully exposed. He comes out after the exposure. That's Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, I need you to apologize to Henry Louis Gates and say you were wrong because Henry Louis Gates was right about slavery in Africa and who was complicit. He was not wrong about anything. You can't. It's one thing somebody possibly may be able to find Henry Louis Gates wrong on, and I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you. So I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to like he. No, he did. I think on some lecture some years ago. I think he thought that Moors were black people. So he made some comments alluding to Moors being black people. That was the only thing I ever can think Henry Louis Gates was wrong about. But even since then, he's changed. But people like to use that against him to put against me. Oh, Henry Louis Gates, shut the fuck up. He don't think that today. Like, I used to think a whole bunch of fuck shit 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years. I used to think all kind of pseudo shit. I was in the goddamn code. So we all can be wrong if you go back far enough. But if you ask me today, I'm on point. But if you go to my YouTube and find a video I did 7, 8 years ago, you can expose me being wrong on a bunch of shit. Molefi Asante calling Gates wrong when the chiefs and descendants were saying the same thing. Like, Molefi mad at Gates for saying shit that the chiefs in Africa are saying. Like, it's crazy. So, Brother Reggie, and actually all Afrocentrics owe Molefi Asante, owe Skip Gates an apology. Because you doubled down again on it just this year, Reggie. I hope you watch this video. None of them people you kiki with can hold Dr. Skip Gates' jockstrap. None. So we're trying to bring y'all back to the world of academia and to the world of experts, and leave these niggas who trying to take your money alone. I don't think nobody should giving your ass any more cash app money, Reggie. Because they giving you cash app money to lie to us. They should all give Chief X that cash app money. Hold on. You should all give it to Chief X. You should all hit that motherfucking super chat and give all them funds to Chief X, because Chief X gave you correct information. Chief X tried to help you. Chief X removed the mold out your walls and remodeled your building and gave you a new foundation. Chief X actually cared about you and had great intent. Chief X went to Africa just to show you the reality and what it was. All that shit in the beginning of this lecture, when I was showing myself in Africa and why it wouldn't be wise for you to move there and repatriate unless you have a set income or a pension. A lot of people have listened to me and saved their life. When I went to that Ghana, it was all kind of people then on the trip with me, and after me coming back and me telling people, because I realized that even though I love Ghana and can't wait to go back, there's no way I could live there as a spoiled African American. I love sports, and them Laker games and them football games may be on at 3, 4 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm not getting up to watch no Laker game and no sports. And then some of that shit's not even on TV. I'm spoiled. I got to watch some Lakers. I got to watch UFC. That's just what the fuck I'm used to. I'm not gonna have no fucked up cable TV out there. Plus, if I fall on hard times, there's no food stamps. There's no welfare to give me a safety net. I'm going to have to put some baskets on top of my head. I'm going to have to get out there and walk around and sell some products, somebody else's products, whoever they are, because I fell on hard times and I didn't listen. So a lot of people didn't repatriate because they listened to my wise wisdom. I said, if you're not getting a retirement pension, this is not for you. You'll end up coming running back to America. And some people had to think about that shit, and they saved their own life. They saved themselves the headache. They said, you know what, you're right. I do not want to be walking around here with a basket on top of my head, hustling in 100-degree weather in the summer. Going back to a place where I can't even come home and drink some liquor and watch the Laker game. If I'm out here in this rural area and I fuck around and slip and fall and break my goddamn leg and ankle, ain't no ambulance coming to get my ass. The community had to put me in one of them motherfucking taxi, orange and white cars, or somebody's car in the taxi. They got to put my ass in the goddamn taxi with a crooked ass leg and drive me to the hospital 2 hours later. And then when I get to the hospital, they may be full and might not be able to help me because there's shit going on. I might have to go to another one, and I'm still in pain, and the motherfucker ain't shooting me up with no pain medicine. I can't do it. If my shit caught on fire, ain't no fireman gonna come out here and put my house out. If my shit, my apartment building right now caught on fire, the fire department's coming out for free, and they gonna spray this motherfucker down and save some of my valuables. If I'm in Ghana, that ain't happening. My shit burning to the ground. You understand what I'm saying? Shit get deep around here. Africa ain't for everybody. None of y'all is going nowhere. You love America, but you'll front like you won't. You trust America. And it's the reason why every fucking payday, you take your paycheck, you take a penny, you take $1, anything anybody give your dumb ass, your ass is putting it in the bank because you check them, you trust them federally insured banks that you got your money in. You niggas got your whole life savings in America's banking system because you trust America. And you know that your granny is going to get that Social Security check like clockwork every month. You know granny and grandma getting that Social Security check. Niggas is getting them pension checks without fail. Every month. You love and trust America. You know goddamn well if you fall on hard times, you're going to go to the nearest food stamp office and get you some food, and your ass going to be at the grocery store buying motherfucking pork chops and bacon on America's dime. Stop that foolishness. I'm in Ghana. I love Ghana. I can't wait to go back. So I'm not bashing Ghana, but I'm going to tell you the real. It's an underdeveloped country, and people need to be fucking honest with that. I'm in Ghana, smoking weed. I brought my own weed because Ghana has the worst weed in America. No, no, it has some horrible weed. Niggas was trying, them hustlers in Ghana was trying to give me weed. I wouldn't buy that shit for $1. I said, no, bro, I'm good. You ain't gonna burn my throat up with that bullshit. Right? I'm in Ghana with the munchies. It's 1, 2, 3 in the morning. I got the munchies. I can't go to the nearest liquor store around the corner. Right now, if I got the munchies, I can go to the nearest liquor store right around the corner and buy me a bag of chips, a fucking Twinkie, a donut, drink some soda, get what the fuck I want. It don't matter how poor I am, that's available for me. When I was hungry in Ghana at nighttime, I said, I can't go get me a motherfucking Snickers. Ain't no motherfucking stove open. If I wanted to have a fucking beer, I can't have a goddamn beer right now. I'm spoiled. And I had to realize this. I can't do that. You got to eat you a full fucking breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Or save some of that shit you bought for dinner, you had for dinner. You better wrap that shit up and save it. And take it to your room if you get hungry at night. You ain't going to the nearest market in Ghana unless it's daytime. You better stock up. Y'all in fantasy land about some of these places. You not repatriating nowhere. If you do go somewhere, because you so-called on social media fronting like you hate the place you love, all you're going to do is go to another country that they run shit, you're not running nothing. You can't have a government inside of a government. You're going to repatriate your ass to West Africa somewhere, to Kenya somewhere. You're going to go to Cuba, and you're going to realize in Cuba, socialism has failed. You start a business in socialism, the government wants a piece of it. Ain't no free market shit where you just going to sell some shit and just pocket your money and be balling around. No, up some socialism, remember? Y'all, everybody share. We all need to be equal. No, you can't be balling and rich. We got to be equal. Share that shit, nigga. You came up, give me some money. You ain't giving up no money. You don't want to. These places ain't for you. You niggas love America. And you're not going nowhere. That's why, let me show you. That is exactly why, hold on. Let me show you, because some of y'all missed it. Let me share my screen. That is exactly why when I went to Ghana and they was having this little repatriation meeting, it's empty seats. This is me at an investment, a repatriation meeting in Ghana, empty seats. Niggas don't give a fuck. Niggas ain't repatriation and trying to go nowhere. You sitting on social media fronting and lying. You don't want to bring back no traditional African religion traditions. Nigga, you guys don't want to go back to no Dracosi slave system. You guys don't want your motherfucking clit chopped off. Y'all don't want none of them old African traditions. That shit is fucking primitive. Niggas embracing Ifa went backwards. Ifa is more primitive than Christianity. So if you drop Christianity to embrace Ifa, you fucked up. Trying to be cute. Niggas trying to be cute and say, I want to be like the ancient Africa. I want to be like our ancestors. Ifa, nigga. Niggas got feathers and shit, doing rituals and shit, all primitive and shit, thinking they cute and this is the thing to be. And like anybody who embraced Ifa, let me just tell you this. Anyone who embraced Ifa or got initiated was an attention-seeking motherfucker who was full of shit. I had to learn that. I had to look at everybody who got initiated. And I said, that's an attention-seeking motherfucker who's full of shit. because they wanted to show off and try to impress a black American who was ignorant. They wanted to show you that they bout that shit. They on that real shit, nigga. Revolutionary. I'm African, nigga. I got initiated, nigga. I'm better than you, nigga. I'm about that shit more than you, nigga. I'm initiated. They did that shit so they can front on you. It don't work with me. I know you're a fake motherfucker. Sanjetti, initiated, fake ass nigga. Asar, initiated, fake ass nigga. Ben, Black Panther, initiated, fake ass nigga. What you gonna do? You ain't gonna do shit. Everybody I know who got initiated is a fake motherfucker who was attention seeking. And they went back to some primitive shit, period. That's just how I feel. I don't mean to insult anyone else. If you thought or think that's the right path, that's on you. If I embrace any spirituality, I'm going back to the black church where my mama and my grandfather is. I'm embracing my mama religion. Yep. You leave my mama religion alone, nigga. My mama religion is that black church. My daddy religion is a black church. That's African American history. Whether we made it hybrid or not, nigga, I love it, nigga. We singing gospel. Then we got the tambourine and shit. Tambourine. Nigga, I love that shit. We black culture, nigga, singing gospel songs and getting down, you know. Clark sisters, you know what I mean? That's my culture, black church. I would never try to break some shit that ain't my culture that's primitive. Hip hop, that's my culture. We started this shit. This is where I'm at. Hold on. Let's get some light up in here. I started when it was light, and now it got dark on me. What's happening? What you say, Donnie? Oh my God! What you say, Donnie? What? That tambourine in the church. When I grew up on that shit, I used to love to hear the tambourine. That's my culture. I'm not going backwards anywhere to anybody else's spirituality, except my hybrid shit we started here. Church. That's my shit. Right? When Pastor Blake at West Angeles says such and such, Sister Johnson, we having communion and shit. All them big hips and big old thighs and choir girls singing with their big old ass and shit. They in the choir and shit singing, marching in. All them heifers in the choir singing and shit and getting down. I got crushes on choir girls. All that ass and hips and thighs. I love that shit. That's my culture. When I go to church, that's what I want to see. I'm not going backwards. I'm embracing what my mama and daddy embraced, what my grandparents embraced. My grandparents and my mama and daddy was church folk up out the Bible Belt. Ephah my ass. I'm trying not to be. If y'all think it's disrespectful, that's on you. I have a right to say I would never choose no motherfucking Ephah or over the black church. Do y'all know the beliefs Ephah have? They got more crazy beliefs than the black church. My mama and daddy don't believe none of that shit. My mama and daddy just believe in Jesus and that he may come back one day. That's it. And that a higher power is looking out for them. They don't care nothing about all that crazy other spooky shit y'all be talking about. A lot of them African traditional religions got crazy beliefs, crazy gods, crazy creation stories. All you guys jump from one belief system to another belief system and you go backwards because that belief system is a primitive belief system. So I've learned and understood how to categorize spiritual system. This is a modern one. This is a primitive one. I'm gonna stick with the modern one if I was to stick with any one of them. Johnny, was it? Oh man, Carter G. Woodson, the Black Church documentary. That was just this year. I tried to upload the shit, and YouTube shut me down for doing it, and they kicked me off Facebook. I was trying to stream that shit. PBS got a lock on shit. They won't let you stream they shit. Skip Gates' Black Church documentary was your history. And don't nobody lay your history down better than Skip Gates. That Black Church documentary was total fire. And none of these Egyptomaniacs, none of these niggas in the conscious community even mentioned it or spoke on it. I was sharing it on Facebook. Watch the Black Church documentary coming on. I'm sharing it on Facebook. Didn't nobody else do this? I'm like, these niggas don't give a fuck. They just want to be Egyptian. What'd you say, Donnie? That tambourine, go. It's a group on Instagram I follow every day. It's called Tambourine Ministries. So they take little clips of people playing tambourines, a girl, a kid, or somebody or something. And it's called Tambourine Ministries. And it's just different clips of niggas getting down with that tambourine. I'm telling you, Tambourine Ministries is one of my favorite Instagram pages. Now, YouTube woke black man. He said he's waiting on a source from the atheist community for God not existing. Now, everybody claims that they're atheists. I don't claim to be an atheist. I claim to be a pantheist. People say that's soft atheism, but it's just a little different. I just claim to be a pantheist. I think the all equals the one. That's just my ideology. I call all this shit in creation. You say, put it this way. You have the creator and you have a co-creator. I believe we are creators and co-creators from the beginning of humanity till the end of humanity, if it ever ended. We are creators and co-creators, meaning we create shit. You guys are watching me now because someone is a creator and created the ability for me to see you and talk to you, even if you're in New York from Cali and you can hear me in seconds. People created the phone. People created all kind of shit. We are co-creators. So I believe, like we even create dogs. All these dog breeds are shit we've created and crossbred to make this type of puppy, to make this type of animal. We've made animals as humans. We've made the liger. Normally, a lion and a tiger would have never fucked and had a child. We forced that shit or did some genetics and made it. I don't know how they did it. We are creators and co-creators on earth. This is why I'm a pantheist. So when I say I'm a pantheist, I'm talking about, to me, the all equals the one. The trees, the lake, and things that creates and creations of things in nature, right? And us as co-creators, all of this, the lake, the fucking trees, the moon, the sun that helps things grow, and us manipulating shit, and human beings, and the dog, the cat, the bat, the rat, we're all God. And creators and co-creators, so I embrace pantheism. That's just my personal explanation or understanding of pantheism. Some pantheists have their own understanding and their own breakdown. Everyone is not the same in pantheism, but we all consider the all to be the one in creation. You get what I'm saying? Which you say, Dr. Banub, Egyptians haven't believed in paganism since the 4th century AD. Um, what Cornell Emerson say? He said those children of the orphanage you spoke of should be a Pan African agenda. Thank you, bro. Thank you. But they rather go to Egyptians and they say fuck them children in the orphanage. I'm telling you, this is a selfish mindset of Hotepers. Hotep hustling you. It says those children of the orphanages you spoke of should be a Pan African agenda. Right, like I've never heard like even Dr. Mayat. But you know, no, let me not go there. Probably Dr. Mayat and myself. This is the only people I know personally. There are probably more, but the only people I know personally who went to Ghana and talked about the orphanage in Ghana and all those kids who have no parents. Me and Dr. Mata is the only two people I know who went there and came back and just really talked about that and put it out there and let people know they need to help out. Everyone else was all up in Accra trying to show you all the pretty shit and acting like a lot of this bullshit don't exist in Ghana. And they're fronting to you. Look, I'm showing you. I showed. I didn't just show beautiful parts of Africa in the pictures when I went. Let me just go. Let's just go through this real quick again. Right here. I did not. Let's just go through a few of these pictures real quick. This is me with a lady. Remember I was telling you they love these bananas and shit. You see these bananas at the bottom? I mean, so when the lady said it was selling for bananas and cowrie shells, yeah, this is what they fucking with, bananas and cowrie shells. A lot of this shit was used as currency, food and cowrie shells, okay? So these are just some pictures of me in Ghana. I gave this lady some money, right? Because she spoke English. She was such a sweet lady. I mean, this is why I get mad at these Egyptomaniacs running to Egypt, right? Listen to what I'm telling you. I love humanity and trying to help out, and I have good intent. I mean no harm. So I'm sitting here talking to this lady, and I felt for her. I felt her pain. She had all that fruit you see at the bottom. Can you see it? Hold on, let me remove this thing. Hold on. Oops. I'm gonna put his comment back up there because I didn't finish reading it. But let me where was I? Okay, here I am. The comment was in my way. Let me make sure you guys see this. Hold on. Okay. Now, at the bottom of the picture, you see the fruits and stuff and vegetables, right? She was selling them fruits and vegetables to make a living for her child that she's carrying around. And she had to sell the shit with her child. It's not like she has just babysitters and daycare and shit like that. So these women in Ghana will have a child on their front or on their back, tied up, wrapped up in a garment close to their heart and chest, right? While they have a whole kitchen on top of their head. Selling shit to make a living. So when you think about hardworking people, I'm thinking of Ghana and how we're spoiled. She can't sit back and depend on food stamps and welfare. You black Americans can. Okay? Understand this. So she touched me, and not only did I buy her bananas, I bought a lot of her bananas and just gave them away to everybody on my tour with me. Because I just wanted to support this lady. That's just kind Chief X doing kind things. Same reason I gave Ankh of the Amin Ra squad a case of moringa to sell so he can make some money in his shop and he scammed and fucked me. And people mad at me about it. Crazy. Anyway, um, so I gave her a donation along with buying her shit. She was so grateful for it. I never seen a black woman so grateful for until the time I gave this woman particularly a donation. See that fruit at the bottom, her and her baby? She was trying to make it happen for her family. You niggas ain't working hard like this in America at all. Here's me at the Pan African Center, Culture Center, W. Du Bois Memorial Center in Ghana. There you go. Here's the streets in Ghana. I was making sure I took. You see the lady with something on top of her head in the streets? If they don't have a job, they're going to have to do what these men do. You see them got purses and shit in their hand? They selling all the. Anything that you see Egyptian-wise in Egypt, they're only selling that to give to black Americans. Because Ghanaians don't fuck with no Egyptian symbolisms and shit. That shit ain't in none of the museums. If they have it, it's to sell to black Americans because they know you niggas is crazy and love that shit. So you're going to be on the streets doing this. She has a whole kitchen on top of her head and won't drop a lick. It's hot. And you niggas is running around to motherfucking North Africa and you ain't helping the place where you came from? You're not giving none of your tourism money to the people who's in graves and your ancestors. You out there giving all the tourism money to Caucasoids and skipping Western Central Africa. You niggas ought to be ashamed of yourself. Afrocentrics made you that way. I'm trying to bring you back. I'm trying to bring you back to some humanity. This is what you're going to be doing if you lose a job in Ghana or your business failed in Ghana. You're going to be doing this, sisters. And brothers, you're going to be doing this. There's no safety net for you. You can act like you want to hate America all you want, but you a lie. You niggas ain't going nowhere. A whole entire kitchen on her head. She got the cups, the bread, even water to pour you some juice or whatever. Her neck is strong. She's been doing that since a little girl. Her neck is strong. Even the man, coconuts on his head. He got to get up out there in the hot sun and sell that shit. Ain't no jobs there for you. They trying to get to America because they ain't got no jobs for them. Keep thinking that's a fantasy. They'll load your ass up in this van and travel your ass where you need to go. You're going to be right up in a nigga's face, smelling his breath everywhere you go, traveling. And they'll throw your shit on top of here. If it fall off, oh well, they ain't got time to stop and go get it. This is a Muslim woman in Ghana. They have a small Muslim, it's more majority Christian, but they got a lot of Muslims in Ghana. On the streets, selling they shit. That's what you're going to be doing. So people can show you all the pretty and cute pictures and shit when they go to Ghana. I'm going to show you that real life. That's what I did. They got a lot of these motorcycles. I don't know. I guess they get their shit from Britain. Like even the machetes they get. British steel. And I'm telling you, you see these motorcycles? These niggas is fucking experts in repairing these motorcycles. I'm telling you, them Ghanaians is experts in motorcycle care. If this shit break down, damn near any Ghanaian know how to fix it. It's because they be fixing these motorcycles so much. They'll tell you what's wrong with it and they get this shit right back on the road for you. Everybody's a motorcycle mechanic there, and you niggas can't put together shit. If your car broke down, you wouldn't know how to put water in the motherfucker. You talking about hard work? You niggas is spoiled. You ain't going nowhere. Here go me. I'm in the district, and the chick in the middle is fine as hell. This is even a bad picture of her. She fine as hell. I'm walking through this marketplace. I didn't buy nothing. She said, "Here, come here, sir. Here, come here, sir." And got to talking that sweet shit in my ear and melted my ass. This woman melted me just by saying hi and said, "Come here and grab my hand." I said, "Ain't no American woman ever grabbed my hand like that and walked me through this aisle and took me to her shop." And she didn't even have to, she broke me down so hardcore. She said, "Come on in here. The air conditioning's better when you get a little closer up over here." I said, "God damn, if she was my wife, I would be so comfortable." She wanted to cater to me and make sure whatever I was purchasing from her, I was in a comfortable position. "Oh," I said, "Is this your sister?" She said, "No, no, that's my daughter." I said, "Damn, your daughter fine." I thought they was the same age. And I got her information. And anytime I come to Ghana, that's my damn woman. And we've communicated on social media. If next time I go to Ghana, I got places to stay. I can kick it with two different fine ass women and be comfortable and catered to. I've made friends in Ghana. You guys can't do that shit in Egypt. In North Africa. Ain't no woman gonna cater to you like this woman in North Africa. When you go to Egypt, all you gonna see, you might see 1% black people. You ain't gonna see nothing but straight hair Arabs, Berbers, and Coptics. And you don't see a lot of black people. This is what Egyptomaniacs don't tell you. Every time they go to Egypt, they don't see no black people. It's rare. You guys are not there in any kind of. When I went to Ghana, I didn't see nothing but black folk, inland and on the coast. Ain't no white folk walking around. Ain't no Arabs walking around. Unless you're just going to some businesses or sometime and some people may be visiting. Like I was in Kumasi, and I'm wondering what this white man and this black man who looks like a fucking college professor, I'm wondering what they doing here. And I figured out these niggas come to Ghana just to fuck with young girls and enjoy their life and get catered to. They love it. I'm like, what you doing staying at this hotel by yourself? So even me, the next time I go to Ghana, I'm going with a tour group, but I'm doing my own thing because I've met friends and I know how to get around and navigate now. And I'm going to be kicking it with some fine ass sisters and they're going to be catering to me. Right? Look here. Let me just come back real quick. It was a nigga from Oakland. Jonathan Owens, if you listen, this would be a funny story for you. Man, they can get done. When I was in Oakland, no, I'm sorry. When I was in Ghana, I'm hanging out at One West Africa. I think that's the name of it. We stayed there for a couple of days. Out the 10 days, we stayed there for 2 days. And they got the little circle huts, and you stay in a hut style place. Cold water. The lady who owns it is a black American in Ghana. She refuses to pay for hot running water, so we had to take cold fucking showers. A cheap ass. She's trying to cut corners and save money, right? But I met this one nigga that was kicking it over at the One West camp in Ghana. We deep in Ghana now, right? I'm like, what's this thug ass nigga doing here? A nigga was from Oakland, had moved for good and living in Ghana. I'm like, so me and my homie who was on the tour, we all in his face talking to him. Now, what you doing here in Ghana? You just live here? How long you been living here? Oh man, I've been here for 6 years, man. You know what I mean? I love it here. I'm like, he said, man, look here. He was just teaching us about Ghana since he lived there. He said, young women in Ghana see older men differently than young women in America. These young women in Ghana see us older men in a different light. They look up to you a little more than them. So he said, I got me 2 women. I got me this fine ass little 25-year-old. And mind you, he's my age. He said, I got this fine little 25-year-old, and I got this woman, she's 48. So he had a 25-year-old and a 48-year-old living good in Ghana. He said, so I'm talking, wait a minute. So he got a phone call while we're there, and he's talking on the phone to his daughter who's in America, right? And he he got off the phone with her, but he said he had to sometimes he got to check his daughter, right? Because he said he had to tell his daughter, don't come out here visiting me in Africa. Don't come out here hating on me. This is your daddy. I'm living my best life out here in Africa. Don't come out here hating on me. He was referring to don't come out here hating on this 25-year-old girl he fucking with out here. Don't come up here hating on him. He's living a good life. So this nigga from Oakland from the hood had him a 25-year-old cute Ghanaian chick and an older 48-year-old Ghanaian chick. And he was just living his best life. And the 25-year-old would cater to him and do whatever. So she just seen him in a different light. Shit's different when you get up out of America. So that's why you see a lot of people on social media sites talking about we the passport boys. Well, so when y'all hear this, the passport boys, you talking about niggas who go to different countries to fuck with young women and loving it or living good. These are the passport boys, right? So he was just out there living his best life. He don't give a so some people don't give a fuck about sports, American TV. They just want to live and kick it. That's what he was doing. Now he can do no. I think plus he was getting some kind of retirement money or some kind of military pay. So if you're on disability, you're gonna always get a military disability check. So that'll suit you well if you move to Ghana. So if you're not on a fixed income, you better not go to Ghana. He's gonna get his $2,500 a month, and then two people I showed you who repatriated, they're retired people. They're gonna get their pension. These people are gonna get their shit every month to their bank, so they don't have to worry about failing. This is why I say don't go unless you have an unfailable business or job, or you're retired with a pension, or you're getting some lifetime disability from the military. Other than that, you stay your ass away from Africa trying to move and repatriate there. What's up, my old truth came to listen. Now, I don't know. I think Mao been there, but we be arguing on Facebook sometimes. But he's agreeing. I'm not sure at what point he agreed with me, but I'm glad to see you here, my truth. Right? So no, I like also when I'm in Ghana, right? Like it was a point where I'm walking. Well, how can I explain this? Okay, so we're staying at. Some people are staying at one hotel here, which is the One West. Some people are staying at an external hotel, which is a few blocks away. Right? So our team on the tour was broken up. So I would go to the One West because it's close to the beach, and I can hang out and they party and they play drums over there, and all the girls and the Ghanaian girls and the American people on tour. So it's a mixture of Ghanaian people and American people at the One West camp in Ghana. That's where we party. And at nighttime, they play the drums, have fire, we eating food, niggas laying in hammocks, and the beaches out there. You can watch the beach. That's cool. So, but I had a room. I eventually got a room at another spot a few blocks away. So I had to walk back and forth between the two places that our tour group is staying at. As I'm walking, sometimes it's nighttime. Now, it's not like you in America and you have street lights lighting up everything. So some parts are dark and you may get a little scared. So I'm giving you some reality right now. So I'm walking these few blocks and I see a fucking cow with horns. Oh shit! In between two trees. And they tied the cow up. You know how you ride a motorcycle or you ride a boat, a bike somewhere, or you walk your dog and you lock your dog up on a pole outside the store and then you go into the store. It was like that but with a cow. I rarely seen any dogs there. So if somebody got a pit bull or a Rottweiler breeding farm and they start that shit in Africa or Ghana, bro, I know some people with bullies starting bully farms and breeding bullies or breeding any kind of dogs, right? You start a dog breeding business in Africa, you're gonna sell out like crazy. It's not that many kind. They got mutts everywhere. But anyway, so I was trying to tell people I'm a Rottweiler guy. People, oh, I wish I had a Rottweiler. Oh, I wish I had a. They got these raggedy ass dogs out there. But anyway, so I'm walking these few blocks and it's dark. Some area got lit and it's dark. But I got startled because a nigga had a cow tied up to a fucking tree while he's over here partying. I said, goddamn, did he walk this fucking cow here? Or what the hell? How's this going? So anyway, it's dark. But in America, I can feel a little safe walking in the pitch black and dark. Because at least I can have a pistol on me and feel safe walking around any criminal neighborhood, any rough neighborhood, anything. I'm in America, at least I can be strapped and protect myself. This is another reason why I can't move to Ghana. Ghana and a lot of these places in Africa are not gun friendly. I can't have this if I move to Ghana. Meaning, if I'm walking in the dark, I'm at the robber's mercy. I can't be at nobody. So that started a lot when the Brits didn't want Ghanaians to have fucking weapons and guns, and they sold them shit like that. But the Ghanaian government, to my understanding, don't want the population strapped. Then people can overthrow shit. Now, military people, and maybe it's somebody, if you just was part of a police force, or you're part of some kind of military, or you're part of some kind of security or whatever, you know what I mean? You may be able to. But just a normal everyday motherfucker. So that's what I'm saying. I'm a spoiled American. It would be impossible for me to live there, even though I love to visit and can't wait to go back and visit. Personally, me being honest person, I can't live there. It's too underdeveloped for a spoiled black American. I'm being real. I'm just trying to tell you the real. Niggas can run up out there and come back and say, yeah, you need to repatriate, get the fuck out of America. America ain't shit. They lying. It's a racism in America. Also oppression. What are you talking about? Fuck around and look at. You know how many white Jesuses you gonna see when you go to Ghana? You can't escape white Jesus in Ghana, in Africa. White Jesus is more prevalent in Ghana than America. Like, you're not escaping it. Keep thinking that shit if you want to. You're going to be, if you're not around the best facilities and you don't have your own shit going on and you may not have a car, or, you know, you better be with some cool, nice neighbors and shit, because you be in some rural areas and shit's fucked up. Like, for instance, let me just show you this. You just understand this. Let me just understand this. Check this out. Oh, I didn't even finish getting showing my pictures. But check this out, because I just want to mention this real quick. Right here, when I was showing you about repatriation, the repatriation spot, when we met this Ghanaian chief, and he was showing us his little area where he's chief of, this is one of the areas. So we sat down with the Ghanaian chief, and we were talking, and he allowed this land specifically for black Americans to have and build on, right? And that's where, let me show you, that right here.
So family, that's what we gotta do, family. We gotta get back to planting what we need to eat. You know, planting what we need to eat.
He's American. I went on a trip with him. He moved to Ghana. And this place he built was on this empty vacant land. So they're outlining plots and squaring shit off. And they have, I think, 3 properties built so far since I left 3 years ago. Do you think any black Americans are trying to repatriate here and go there and move there and help build something? They're not even thinking about it. Do you think they asked me about it? No, they don't give a fuck. They're all fronting and talking shit. They're not trying to go to Africa. You can go right here, right now. You can sell that house you live in, have one built in Ghana, and do your thing. You don't want to go there. You just lying to other Americans. He built that house on this land that I'm standing on. Now, if I'm out here, right here, this rural area, and I have a stroke, a heart attack, or I break a bone, I'm in a fucked up situation. There's not the local medical facility near me. There's not a hospital close by right here. The transportation to get help is going to be poor. Living here,
and we all learning from everyone that's building here. And I like what you did right.
this man and his wife are going to have problems if they had an emergency. I went on this tour of Bomani. This is the forest we were in. Cocoon National Park, Canopy Walkway. This is the forest we was in.
So after this bridge,
And you went to all of it. Let me switch it. Now you're gonna do all give him the bag. Be fast. So yes, family.
I walked this rope going through this forest. I loved it. This is where I said I felt like home at. Because we are a forest people. We're tropical Africans. This is a tropical area in tropical Africa. We're tropical Africans. We're not desert areas. We don't come from North Africa. North Africa is arid desert Africa. This is tropical Africa where I'm from. This is in Ghana. It's a forest area. Congo, forest area. Tropical area. Congo, Central Africa. We come from tropical Africa. And these are tropical Africans.
The journey of a lifetime continues. Yeah, or going to. And she's afraid.
Look at that. I'm showing you something real time. I was up in the air looking down, and this is where they said they have nocturnal animals. You're good in the daytime. The animals that are anywhere in this state park, they would be nocturnal animals. So somebody said they have some mini elephants. I'm not sure. I didn't see any. Different shit all up in here, but they're all nocturnal, so you ain't got shit to worry about in the daytime. But this is just.
Take the other exit. Hey, brother Eric, to the right. She can take the exit to the right.
That's Bomani talking. How come y'all don't know him? How come y'all ain't talking to him? Talking about him? Because you niggas keep running to Egypt.
Or she can go back. It is all good. This is an adventure you have to be ready for.
now the uncle who,
This is the bus we ride on when he's giving you the tour.
as the people of
So, my point is, let me just show you real quick. We be going to different events. That was just we be eating though. We be eating though. Wait a minute. No. Look. Every dinner we had, it was like a buffet setup for us. But I got so fucking tired of some goddamn rice and plantain every goddamn day. Rice, plantain, chicken. Rice, plantain, chicken, fish. Rice, plantain, chicken, fish. Rice, plantain, chicken, fish. I was sick of that shit. I couldn't wait to come back and have me an American burger. But we was eating good. Although I did get sick the first 2 days, I was throwing up the first 2 days. The food did not sit right with me at all. Niggas is talking about all the, talking about the best meat is in Africa. I said, where? Shit. All these motherfucking look, cows look like they anorexic to me. And I'm sick. Shit. I'm trying to tell you, ain't no better cattle than the cattle in America. Don't let nobody of these niggas tell you that is they got some better cattle or more healthier cattle in Africa. No, they don't. America got some healthy ass cattle. Them cattle I was looking at, man, I'm like, maybe this is why I'm fucking sick. Some of these motherfuckers ain't got no grass to eat and shit. I'm looking at cows on dirt. God damn it, put these cows on some grass. Shit, y'all are food. Hold on. So Bomani puts on this tour. This is Bomani's Facebook page, right? So this was a
Understand that this is a fortress of evil, and it looked just like it. I mean, literally, white devils fighting white devils to take control of the black enterprise. It's fight fortress of evil, and it looked just like it. I mean, literally, white devils fighting white devils to take
pause. You hear what he said? White devils fighting white devils. This is what he means. Let me just show you something. Let me just real quick, real quick. Real quick. Let me just show you something. Hold up. Wait a minute. There you go, my granny. That's my grandma. Rest in peace. So let me just show you. Here we go. My cover photos. Which one is it? Which one is it? Hey, that's me at RBG Family Weekend with the homies, Ron. But let me just show you this cover photo. Where is it at? It might be on this page here. Hold on. Well, look at my products. My shit looking fly as fuck right there. That's what you call professionalism. Professionalism. This is me when I was vending, doing some cannabis vending. I went to RBG Family Weekend and vended like this, knocked $1,000 in one day. Niggas was hating and mad at me. Okay, so that's not the page. Hold on. This has to be it. Hold on, y'all. You know what? I can't find it, so I'm not gonna waste no more time. So I just wanted to share some of these pictures with me in Ghana and explain some things to y'all. Hold on. That's what you're gonna be doing with shit on top of your head. That's my Ghanaian girlfriend. Whenever I go back there, if she don't get married on me. Oh, so yeah, so actually, just let me be real about it. The chick in the middle, she was so sweet and kind to me, right? I literally actually wanted to hook her up with my son, right? And I said, this she'll make a perfect wife for my son, and bring some chocolate back into the picture. and she would take care of my son, and she can come. I can't fuck with her because I ain't no marrying nobody again. So if you marry them, they can come to the states. So they be wanting to get married to come to the states. I'm trying to tell you, you can have you a fine ass Ghanaian sister, and she gonna be loyal to you. They feel like if they cheating on you, they just doing something wrong, and something gonna happen to them, so they ain't gonna cheat on you. This is Kwame Nkrumah's little music. It's his dedication spot. Kwame Nkrumah's Fatima. This is her grave site. She's buried there. Kwame Nkrumah's grave site is buried and moved here. This is the last and final resting spot. See, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So let me get off this one. Hey, Passport Life, Republic of Ghana. Yeah, yeah. Passport Life. The Passport Boys. Oh, I just want to show you some more pictures. Hold on. This is pictures of me in the orphanage. Somebody made a comment about the orphanage and they asked, yes, you can donate. I have to get the name of this orphanage. Maybe I'll get the name and put it in the chat, but you can donate and send money to this orphanage. These kids, trust me, they need your money. Trust me, they need your money. You have no idea the good work you'll be doing for someone's heart and soul if you sent money. If this is what you got to understand. If black folk, the guy behind me, he's a Ghanaian guy, right? Now, I think he had a previous life as some kind of Ghanaian gangster, right? Like he was highly respected and had some thug life Ghanaian gangster shit. Because everywhere he went, he ran all the workers who helped us. He ran the tour. He was the tour guide on the bus. All the workers who was helping us listened to him and would bend the fucking knee. Everywhere he go, niggas was like bending the knee, giving him big respect. And he was a tall, muscular dude for a Ghanaian. Because a lot of Ghanaians are smaller people. Black Ghanaians are smaller than African Americans. African Americans are bigger people than Ghanaians. Okay? But wherever he went, he commanded respect and people looked up to him. And I asked him, "Why don't you have you ever visited America?" And he was like, "No, I've never visited America." But he's taken all the American. He does tours for Americans who come there. He said he can't go. So I was wondering why he can't go to America, why he can't visit America, and what is it, and why this stipulation on him. But I had to chop it up. This dude, it's just some former gangster and thug who was highly, respected in some kind of way, and he got in some trouble where he can't really just leave and do shit. But his whole aura will tell you the same if you're around him. He's somebody who had a moringa farm even. And he was going to send me moringa from there if I bought him a machine that chopped up the moringa leaves. All you got to do, Chief, he told me, is send him money for this or buy him this machine that grinds up the moringa in the tree, and he will ship me moringa for the rest of my life at a cheap ass price because he grows the shit. But I never did hook up with him to do it. But I just wanted to share that bit of information. That's me in the airport before I left with a few of the chicks, a few of the sisters who went on the tour. This is a pack of cigarettes because I was smoking it. I so far quit. But you see, this is a pack of cigarettes they had. Now, a lot of them Ghanaians get their cigarettes from European nations. So European nations have this on their cigarette pack. Smoking damages your lungs, and they show you the difference between a healthy heart and a damaged heart on their cigarette pack. And they got it. Look, smoking causes rotten teeth. So look, it says Rothman's from London. Okay, enough of those pictures. Let me. Hmm. Some more pictures. Like every family got a goat. So you see, it's about three goats in this picture. You see one in the background with this guy. It seems like every family have a goat, just like every American family have a dog. Now I don't. I see some goat loving people. They love goats. Everybody got a goat. I've watched kids kill a baby goat, gut the baby goat, and prep it to be cooked. I'm talking about kids. I would never see no American kids do that. Bananas every damn where. This is actually in the neighborhood. We walk down this long path as you see these people walking on the long path on the right, passing up this neighborhood, women and kids. You see the child and the mother got something on their head and they about to hit the streets and sell shit. Ain't no jobs there like that. Okay? So we're walking down this long trail heading to the orphanage. They have buildings like this everywhere in Ghana that are just halfway constructed and never finished and just sit there for years. I'm like, why did no one ever finish building these stuff? Now, this is a street, a freeway, not a street freeway, but this is a street, a two-sided street, road. In the middle of the road, you see this Muslim woman and her whole family and children asking for money, selling stuff. This is what's going to happen to you if you fall on hard times. This is what you're going to have to do. Everything ain't peaches and cream there. Everybody not telling you the real when they come back. This is just a normal street in Kumasi when you're going down and on the side they just selling all kind of shit. They got chickens packed all up in these coops and shit. They're selling clothes and shit. It's dirty. It's underdeveloped. Here's the curb where water comes down. They don't have like regular curb and the plumbing's bad. But people don't tell you this reality when they come back. I'm just showing the real. I'm showing all of Ghana how it is. I'm telling you I love it. I'm telling you it's underdeveloped. I'm telling you it's dirty. I'm telling you some parts are clean. I'm telling you about it, the real. They're selling them they're not potatoes, but what do they call them? You can see the chickens in the coop all cooped up on your left. These chickens ain't just grazing on land and shit. I mean, these ain't no healthier chickens here than in America. I buy Vital Farm eggs from grazing pasture raised chickens. So when people go to Ghana, they don't show you everything. They just show you all the good shit. There goes the tour guide there in the bottom left with the bald head. You can see he's kind of big and shit. Anybody see him, damn near is bowing down, showing him respect. I don't know who this guy was. But you better not talk no shit to him. He might have you killed and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. So, before I end this, let me just show you this video. In that area where they were repatriating, this big old open field that you see right here, I shot this footage of the kids in Ghana just swimming in a dirty ass fucking lake that was made naturally made because I guess it rained or just filled up. But there's this work in this empty ass big grassy area, and the kids were swimming. I loved it. I took footage. I wanted to jump in there with them, but that water was too dirty. This is wild. I kind of like this shit. We walked way, at least a mile, into this bush area, right? Look around. Look around. Look around. Look around. This is nothing around but greenland and dirt, and it's a man-made lake, I guess, from just some wet water just because it rained, and it gets stuck there because it's a little valley-ish there. Out here deep, and this three. We walked at least a mile out here. This is an area where Chief gave African Americans a spot to repatriate to build on, and to cultivate all this land yourself, and move here if you want. Do you think niggas have moved here? No, they're not leaving America. Ghanaian kids out here. I guess they live, but they just come out here and play. Do you think they asked me about this? Nope, because they don't care. And just getting this little lake. I shot all this footage with my camera. Now, I'm going to tell you, when we first walked up on these kids, they was out here swimming doing their own thing. They had to have walked a mile out here just to go swimming and play from whatever village they came from. They had to walk at least a mile or two to get to this spot, these kids. And they just left to go play in this water. So when we came up on them and they seen us, they was a little startled, like, who are these motherfuckers? And we asked them a few questions, and they was leery. They didn't want to answer the question. They was looking at us like, what the fuck is who is y'all? They didn't know we was a tour group who came there to check out the area, right? But eventually they seen we were just some friendly people and some tourists and shit, and they seen us filming them, and they was cool, and they lightened up, and then they start playing and didn't mind. So this kid was standing on this breach just looking at me like, who the fuck is you? What are you doing up in here? But we broke him down and let him know we was friendly. I would have gave him a little money, but they didn't really walk up to us and get close. I don't know why I want to get in there so bad. Shit, I like this type of shit. She made my granddad fall apart. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, moving all over. Is he on the phone? Yeah, wait. Here go me in Ghana. Wait a minute. I'm shopping with my girlfriend right here in Ghana. Now, a lot of people didn't see this video I posted. But I'm just showing.
Step by step.
I told you all these sisters will have a whole kitchen on top of their head, and they good with it. Their neck is strong. They've been doing this since babies. I tried to float something on my head, and I couldn't keep that shit on my head. So this is me at the I'm at a market, and we went shopping this day. So the girl I showed you, that fine Ghanaian chick, here's me and her interacting.
Right, right. I want to say something to people home in the diaspora. I want to tell you always go back to your roots. This is Ghana, Africa for Africans, 2019, 2020. It is what it is. Here we make the drums, the Atipa, the Maxins, and I'm sure you're gonna like all that because this is your roots. Merry Xmas and a Happy New Year to all the family and friends in the diaspora. It's respect.
See, people be thinking, all them continental Africans. No, when we went, they loved you. They want to be like you. They want to come to America. Letting people that the only certain people who may be educated in Ghana, they don't like Black Americans' behavior and all that twerking and all that gang banging and all that fuck shit we do. So you have to understand, yeah, I wouldn't like that shit either. But yeah, they have a problem with that kind of behavior with black Americans. So when people say, hey, they don't like us, what they mean is unknowingly that they don't like that fuck shit we be doing. All that twerking and fighting and gang banging. Because you go to Ghana, you're not going to see no street fight. They don't fight each other. They'll break a fight up. We savage. When I realized they didn't fight and I'm watching two Ghanaians argue and I was waiting for them to fight. And I had to realize my ass is savage. Because the rest of them ran and broke it up. They wasn't wanting to see them fight. Ghanaians don't fist fight like that. This is why I say when people in America say, oh, it's poverty that caused you to commit all these crimes. And Ghanaians are poor as hell. And they're not fighting and stealing from each other. No, these are moral codes. So when the black Americans say, oh, because of poverty, that means we're robbing and stealing, we're committing crimes because of poverty, straight bullshit. Poverty don't make you rape a bitch. You got to stop making excuses. Poverty do not make you rob a bank. Bank robbers in America are robbers who already have money. It take money to rob a bank. So normal people have never robbed bank. People with money rob banks here in America. So all this old bullshit, poverty, no, that's great bullshit. Ghana's poor as hell, and they don't commit half the crimes you niggas in America do. And you guys is living good. Right.
So I'm making matches.
Right.
Just right here.
I can't. I spent enough. I'm no more money.
Oh, money is sad.
I'm gonna skip it forward.
Oh, okay. But you
There go the beach right there, looking out. Look, there go the beach right there. So finally, I get inside, and this fine Ghanaian woman pulls me and lures me to her booth. Watch the interaction. Oh wait, pause. See, oh pause. That's the man right here. This picture I got. Here's the man who built that house in the area, and he was growing his own shit. Him and his wife moved to Ghana. This guy right here, I went on the tour with. They're a retired couple, so they can do that. That's him though, anyway. You can't walk 20 feet without getting hit up. All right. Now this woman here had a big old booty. Wait a minute. Now here goes the pretty lady I showed you a picture on, who lured me into her little store location, and just sweet talked me, and she took all my money. She sweet talked me so damn good. And if I ever go to Ghana, I got her information, and she's my Facebook friend now, and I can literally stay with her. But let me just show you in our interactions and how sweet she was. Hey, how you doing, lady? How you doing, lady? She told me Merry Christmas and then say follow me back here and watch her shape. Watch this.
Step by step. Yeah, no chance to look. This is my place, mister. Okay. I could take a picture out of here. Come here, have a look. This is what I do for a living. This is the shirt.
Okay. He tried to get my business and steal it from her, but I wasn't listening to him. I was mesmerized by this fine African chick. Here we go. Ain't she pretty? Okay, how much is that?
This one. This.
Yeah, how much is that?
Yeah. I'll give it to you for 120. But I'll still
120 CDs?
CDs. Let me show you.
What size? You have one for a big group, a big
Yeah,
woman?
it's one size. We do one size because we usually don't know the kind of the people that comes to buy.
Right.
So most of our product is one size fit everybody. You see, we put elastic, so you see, this will fit a bigger lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
How much do you want to pay? You are my first customer.
I can give you 100 CDs for that?
You give me 110.
Okay, I'll give you 110 CDs.
Thank you. Let me put it here first. How about a shirt for yourself?
This your daughter?
She's my sister.
This is sister. Hey, sister, say hi.
Hi. Let me give you a shirt for yourself. A Ghana shirt. I make you a good size. This is the painting. That's our traditional painting. This one have different colors. No, you come inside. I want you to enjoy the African air condition. So you stand here.
She said, "Come on side. I want you to enjoy the African air condition. Come on closer." She made me feel so at home. She's so good. I turned everybody down except her.
Yeah, I'm blessed.
Yeah. Okay, that other one. You had the blue one?
Yeah, this is the blue.
I'll take. Okay, that one in the dress.
All
Now, pause. See, not only I'm supporting the locals. When you niggas go to Egypt, who you giving your money to? Not your people. So for all these years, 40 years of niggas going back and forth to Egypt and disrespecting their ancestors in West Africa. All that plane ticket, all that money these people be buying with them locals, spending all that money in Egypt, all that money could have been spent in Ghana with tourism, and Ghana could be better off. We literally, if like Dr. Ben taking people back and forth to Egypt, just say people were going back and forth to Ghana like that as black Americans more so often. We literally could have built bridges with West Africa. We literally could be having some kind of financial business with West Africa by now. But niggas was running to Egypt. And it's sad.
This one is 250, but I'll give you two for 200. So all will be 300.
Okay, let's see what I got.
Let me hold it for you. 65, 66.
No, this is about 100, right?
No, it's not up to 100. It's when you have a higher note, then you get more. This is small. So okay.
So they call their money CDs. I got confused. I don't know how to count the CDs and relate it to American money. So she had to help me. She might have got over on me a little bit, but who cares? She could have had all my money that day. So I was trying to figure out the currency in exchange between CDs and American money.
You got 40. How?
Okay, I do this.
All right. All right. Okay. Yeah.
You guys are sisters?
Yeah. Say what?
You guys are
Yeah.
sisters?
Yeah, that's my sister.
Look at them. Man, look here, bro. I'm in love with that woman today. You know what I'm saying? Well, I got it. If next time I go to Ghana, I'm definitely gonna reach out to her. All right, and we're gonna be riding down the Ghana streets, and I'm gonna be filming. I'm gonna be like, look at y'all, hate on a pimp. So all this money from these Dr. Ben trips, taking hundreds of people a year. Back in the day, it was more than today, but all these trips, all that money could be spent in Ghana, where you guys actually came from. All the locals could have had a lot of this money you guys have and helped them out. The orphanages in Ghana could have had all y'all donation monies, but Dr. Ben diverted you to Caucasian land called North Africa, Egypt. Afrocentrics diverted you. Because you remember, I played the video. Hold on. Let's just hear this video again. Of one of y'all cult leaders Your cult leader, your cult leader telling you this and diverting you, and him telling you to steal other people's history because your history ain't shit. So you better steal other people's history. This is what he basically said. What this man basically says before I play this 1 minute clip again is you need to go to Egypt because that's the place and you need to claim Egypt and that's how you get some respect. Anything else ain't shit. And anything else is far from great. Fuck West Africa, go to Egypt and claim that shit. This is what he said basically. Listen.
Is what happened to African Americans and why this Egyptomania going on. Because of the elders taught this. Listen.
In other words, the only way that we can find our way back to our greatness is that we, as African people, have to claim ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is the only entity in the whole entire world that will give us back our greatness. So we, as an African people, we're going to have to find our way back to ancient Egypt. And in so doing, you will find our greatness, which is lying unclaimed in the continent of Africa. And the second thing that's blocking us.
That's what happened to y'all.
Yep. And he told you to go to Egypt and you listened. Yep. Yep. You followed suit. Now Leo said is mace illegal in Ghana or stun gun? I'm not sure, Leo, but you're gonna make me look into that. But you know what I mean, just me, man, bro. I have to live in a nation where I can protect myself and not depend on others to be good and not do no foul shit. Okay? So, it was something else I wanted to show before I get out of here. Let me just make sure. Mm. This is just 1 minute. Because I was when I was out there, I was doing my own little personal research. I had to see them boats, right? I was in the Navy, so I had to see them boats and see traveling. And I actually asked one tour guide, do they have a story of them traveling to the Americas? One guy there seemed to think it was some kind of folklore, right? But this is me talking to the Ghanaian kids, and I also helped out these kids and their mother. I mean, I was in Ghana helping out everybody, right? Shit y'all should be in there doing. So let me play this.
These them same boats. I'm here in Ghana. This is at the slave dungeon outside towards the beach. But these are them same boats that they built. Same boats they've been having for thousands of years. Never no ship.
Oops.
These boats could never cross that large body ocean in Atlantic. I've been seeing these boats everywhere since I've been in Ghana. Okay? Everywhere. All along the beaches what they fishing. These them same boats. I'm here in Ghana. This is at the slave dungeon outside towards the beach. But these are them same boats that they built. Same boats they've been having for thousands of years. Never no ship. These boats could never cross that large body ocean in Atlantic. I've been seeing these boats everywhere since I've been in Ghana. Okay? Everywhere. All along the beaches what they fishing. Same way they done for thousands of years and never had a ship that can cross a large body ocean. So look. See out there? Along the shore, along the coast, you can roll. along the coast you can row. But these canoes cannot cross a large body ocean in rough water. It will tip over.
So after I'm talking, I'm explaining about these boats. I start talking to these kids. These kids didn't speak English. Someone told me they're Ga kids. They're not from Ghana. They're from where did you say these kids are? So because a lot of Ghanaian kids can speak English, these kids couldn't, and neither could their mother. But I give their mother a donation. Watch.
Die, everybody will flood and break that wood up. I've been in the Navy and I know. So, save that shit. People who built ships, the Portuguese advanced shipbuilding technology. And that's when they began human trafficking. End of 1300s, body ocean human trafficking started when shipbuilding technology improved. No Egyptians, no West Africans ever sailed to the Americas.
Oops. That was one video, but that wasn't the one. But anyway, um,
I done separated from the group, walking around town by myself. This is a Kumasi town. I better not go too far, but you know, I just want to show you guys the town and what people be doing and selling. She got eggs she sells from her kitchen.
so this is a out in Kumasi. This is 4 hours inland. This is not in Accra, close to the coast. This is 4 hours inland, and I'm chopping it up. I'm just going out in town. I left the group. I'm just out in town by myself, walking around, just being nosy and flirting and talking to this one chick. Watch.
It's different shops. Everybody here is pretty much self-employed, got their own business. American products on their shelf. Some Mexican dish detergent.
Now, people, I thought, or people would think, hey, you just out there by yourself in a strange town. These people are peaceful. You know, you ain't got to worry about nobody. Now, they tell you don't wear no expensive watch or have no expensive shit out because somebody could steal it. So as long as you ain't got no expensive jewelry all on you and shit, you may be good. But I'm just out here by myself and I had no fear. Everybody's nice and kind, no problems.
She's a beautiful lady. What is that, oatmeal? She's cooking. Porridge?
No,
Banku.
Now, she was cute as hell. But I tried to flirt with her, but I don't think she gave me no play. Here we go.
It looks good.
Have you ate some before?
Never.
No.
No.
Have you tasted?
No. If I taste it, you gotta marry me.
No.
Look good.
So you are sending to her?
It look like grits. I'm from California.
California?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
You from Kumasi?
Pantoman.
Okay. What's your name?
Patience.
Okay.
You too.
Xavier.
Now, pause. Now, I realized later on that it was some dude in the back of this property. She was cooking food. I said, that must be her boyfriend. I hope he didn't hear me flirting with his woman. And I left.
How you doing? That looks good. It's sweet?
I'll give you some. You try it out.
I want some. I want some. Yes. I eat. Huh? Okay.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
I want some. Hello, can I buy? Which drink do you recommend? men. I'll take this one. This one.
Now she has a refrigerator. This lady here has a different shop. She has a refrigerator out here. Now, the shit is not that cold, but I was grateful that she had some cold drinks there. And the Coca Cola is a different type of Coca Cola. I don't know where this Coca Cola come from, where these juices come from, but it tastes different than American Coca Cola. But I was just supporting the locals and spending money with them.
How much? How much you say?
150 pesos.
Okay.
Should I put it in the rubber bag?
That's it. No, I don't need a bag. No bag. Hey, you think you can keep the change? You can keep the change. Okay, thank you.
I told her to keep the change. Ain't nothing but a few. You know what I mean. So I'm supporting the locals.
This is a little bar, I guess. Look, you see. You see. You can barely get across the street sometimes.
Notice ain't no traffic lights and nothing. Niggas just drive.
Ain't nobody stopping. You got a Bogart.
This ain't Accra. This is 4 hours inland in Kumasi. This is a real Ghana.
Kumasi City life, I'm out.
Yeah, that's that Kumasi city life. So I just wanted to show you um, some footage of me in Ghana. A lot of people hadn't seen those videos. Some have. A lot of my Facebook friends have. They say, Randy, leave Puerto Ricans alone. Now I've been listening to. I was also engaged on Facebook in this argument of who started hip hop, black folk or Puerto Rican folk or the Latins of. It was between Latins, Jamaicans, and the Black Americans and shit. But I had to realize it was a collaboration. Here's my thing. Black folk started the scratching, um, um, the scratching and the DJing stuff and rapping, right? Puerto Ricans, but people and deny. They have aspects of hip hop. The graffiti aspect of hip hop, the spray painting, was more of the Puerto Rican thing. People, we can debate this, but the Puerto Ricans more so had the graffiti sold up. That was their thing. We copied them with the graffiti. But then, so the blacks and the Puerto Ricans was together doing graffiti and hip hop all around New York and shit. Yeah, right. So breakdancing, no, listen, popping like when I pop and shit, popping and locking was a black folk thing, but breakdancing was equally blacks and Puerto Rican. The breakdancing, crazy legs in New York and all that. I was trying to look. I said this breakdancing and up rocking was together simultaneously Puerto Rican and Black American. Graffiti, Puerto Rican. Rapping, scratching, and DJing, Black American. So we do have to lend some credit to the Puerto Rican and the Latin community in hip hop. But people just want it all to themselves, so they just don't bend it all. you know? Leo Sadler said, Chief X is the Charleston White of the conscious community. True. Somebody else made related me to that, right? So, like, a lot of times people, you just couldn't stand Charleston. People like Charleston White now. Charleston White is me and Charleston White, cool. We've talked on the phone. We've even done business. People don't know that. But me and Charleston White done business. I shipped Charleston White a case of them chocolate bars I showed you. Oh, I know. It had the mute button on. Wait a minute. Can you hear me now? Hit the number 8. Can you hear me now? Hit the number 8. Oh, I'm good now. I think I'm good now. All right. All right. All right. Um, Where was that comment Ronan made? A huge sound system set up with two turntables and a mic, with an artist toasting or rapping over the old rhythms of their parents is a Jamaican thing. So yes, it was a Jamaican, or the argument was between the Jamaican, the Puerto Rican, and the Black American on what aspects of hip hop. Now Ronan seems to believe that Jamaicans um, set up or started the two turntables and a mic thing with artists toasting or rapping over the old rhythms of their parents is a Jamaican thing. I don't know. Now, let me ask you this, Ronan. Would you agree that graffiti on train stations and just the graffiti in hip hop, would you agree that's a Puerto Rican thing? Yes or no? So this is how I do it. I personally, I give the rapping, scratching, and cutting, um, rapping, popping, and locking, scratching. Um, what else? And DJing, I give to black folk, black Americans. Would you say, Ronan? Okay. So I guess this will be an ongoing discussion. I'm not exactly sure. I'm a Cali cat, so I may be wrong. But I do know that in Cali, we started popping and boogalooing. That's shit up out of Oakland. You say you don't know about graffiti. So I always heard it came from. Oh, now, look. Okay. See, that's true. See, okay. So it was a brother who tagged his name in Philadelphia. It was a black man. It's the first name tag that's known to hip hop, right? So people say that's the first graffiti. I personally just think the guy in Philly was just writing his name, but I don't think it was related to hip hop per se. I could be wrong, uh, uh, because it was some years before. But um, in New York, when graffiti really started jumping off, besides the Philly cat, it was more so Puerto Ricans in the Latin community. But some people do give this one black man in Philadelphia credit. But personally, I don't think it was a hip hop tag. I just think he was spray painting his name in a artsy fashion. I could be wrong though. But I just know popping was a Oakland, Cali thing. And like, rerun from the show What's Happening when he's locking. That's a Cali thing. Breakdancing is a New York thing. And I think it was an equal collaboration between Latinos and blacks. So, I mean, I think we can give credit to every goddamn body. Jamaicans, Puerto Ricans, and black Americans. I would give 50% of the credit to black Americans. 25% to Puerto Ricans. And maybe Jamaicans and whoever else can split the rest. But I don't think that rapping was influenced by Jamaicans. Personally. But I love the discussion, so I don't have a problem with people feeling the way they do about it. It's all hilarious to me. Yeah, so so I'll say this.
Although I may not be sure if it's a Philly guy or on Puerto Ricans in New York. I'll just say that the best graffiti artists were Puerto Rican. Let's just say that. It's like even in prison and in jails, the Latino, the Mexicans, and the Puerto Ricans, they can draw their ass off, boy. They be drawing and doing that. Woo. They are the best drawing artists in the penitentiaries and stuff like that. What did you say, Carter G. Goodson? Cool Herc said he couldn't get no reggae played in the Bronx because blacks didn't like it. Jamaican music has always been influenced by Black American. SK, our predecessors to reggae, basically comes from jazz music. Interesting. Carter C. Justin said, in Jamaican culture had no influence of early hip hop. You know what? But I will give the least credit to Jamaica. But I will give Puerto Ricans more credit than Jamaicans. Oh, boy. You must be a Jamaican, Ronan. Okay, yeah, I think I've been streaming. Damn. I've been live streaming. Actually, look here. This is a record. Chief X ain't never streamed over 5 hours. 5 hours is my record. So today is my record. 6 hours and 26 minutes. I ought to be ashamed of myself, T-Ben. Hey, T-Ben, you missed a part. You might have left. But I was showing pictures when I was in the rainforest in Ghana where I got the honey. And I was showing the rainforest where me and you talked about and you starting a business manufacturing honey out the rainforest in Ghana and selling it all over the world. It's a fucking great hustle. If I guess you would need some money to get it jumping to manufacture that honey in the rainforest, but it's right there available for anyone to do. Hey, Carter C. Goodson, where are you from? Ronan, where are you from? Ronan, you say you grew up in the Bronx. Carter C. Goodson, where you grew up at? I think Carter C. Goodson, I bet you he's from the South. Yeah, go back and check that out, T-Ben. I showed some pictures of me in the rainforest and where I got that honey. And before I stop, I'm waiting for Carter C. Goodson to tell me where he's from, if he's from the South or not. He has an well, Ronan ain't gonna stand strong on this claim. So you're Jamaican born and went to the Bronx. Where you from, Carter C. Goodson? What part of the earth? What part of America? Oh, he from the Chicago area. One of them Chicago cats. Pimping and shit. I'm just playing. When I was went to the Navy boot camp, was in Great Lakes, Illinois. Boot camp. So when boot camp was over, we had like 3 days to just go have fun out in town. And I hung out in Maywood, Illinois. I guess it's a suburb of Chicago. But Maywood, Illinois. Maywood is rough. So when I was in Maywood, I said, this ain't nothing but a cold ass LA. They just dressed differently, right? And they wore these boots and shit. The niggas in Chicago back in the 80s used to wear these boots, and I was going to these clubs and house parties and shit, and they was playing this house music. I couldn't stand house music. Right? I'd like it for the first 2 songs, But after 3 songs, I'm so sick of house music. Oh my God, it irks me. I'm just a West Coast cat, so I was used to that West Coast or that funk or that West Coast gangster shit. I just couldn't do the house music. uh, what you say, Ronan? If you've ever taken a dollar cab or van in New York City, you can thank Jamaicans for that too. uh, Cool Herc came to the Bronx at 12 and he got immersed into the hip hop culture that was already developing via Disco, Mario, etc. We're having a live debate. Y'all should just come on the panel one day. Let's have a hip hop debate. Carter C. Goodson versus Ronan. Oh man. Hey, Carter C. Goodson, I appreciate and thank you for the super chat. Like, I know the super chat, so sometimes you can check and see how much money you've made on YouTube from the video views and shit and donations and shit. But they won't send it to you unless it adds up to, I think, a $90 or $100. So I looked at my shit. I was at $68 about 4 days ago. So you might have tipped me over to where they're going to send it to me now because I hit 100. Uh-oh, they debating and they hating. Uh-oh. Carter C. Goodson versus Ronan. Get him, Ronan. Get him, Carter. Now, let me stop. So, yeah. Shout out to Jamaica, but their culture is not what started hip-hop. Some brothers of Jamaican descent helped contribute to it, though. Hey, Ronan. He's saying y'all ain't had nothing to do with this shit. Hey, blood, y'all ain't had nothing to do with it. Oh man, hey, y'all enjoy your evening. I was gonna do another live stream on the elders' lies, and actually was gonna do it like a 5-6 hour live stream on the compilation of elders' lies. But it's too late now. I'm not doing another live stream. I'll do that tomorrow. So stay tuned. We're gonna expose all the elders' lies. And I'm going to make them plain where you can say, damn, this motherfucker just lied. Featuring Impadishi, Phil Valentine, Layla Africa, and Dr. Sebi. All right, y'all. Peace out.